Hola, buen día.
Good morning. There was a song when I was young that said from boliche en boliche. That's what the song said. Later I'm going to sing it. It relates to you. In an honor of what you've been doing, and we are going to start with a panel of today. We have a friend of mine from the SSIG that starts that has started this idea from the very beginning. Let me tell you that there's a phrase that we were coining at that time that said we have to rotate at country level. And this is what we did. Raul was the inventor of this idea. He had played major roles in internet governance in Latin America. He had been the CEO of LACNIC for many years. He held a very important position in Internet Society, and right now he is the director executive of ALAI, the Latin American Association of the Internet, gathering companies like Google, Amazon, Mercado Libre, and among other internet companies. And the headquarters are in Uruguay. And we have a virtual panel where we are going to invite two people from the Secretary of IGF, Angia and Chengetai, and Rodney Taylor from the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, and Lilian Chamorro from Colombia. They are the secretaries of the LAC IGF, and Kusai Al Chaki from the Internet Association of Kuwait, that has been working with our school for many years and has been partners with us in the IGF. Raul, it's great to have you here in Buenos Aires. Floor is all yours. Thank you very much for the invitation. Is Rodney there? Rodney and Lillian. Rodney and Lillian are there. Okay, hopefully the rest of the colleagues are going to be online soon. And we're going to start now. Do you want to do it in Spanish or in English? I think that they all speak English, but we have translation also. Okay, we're going to be combining Spanish and English.
To be here once again. And the idea of this panel is to talk with people that is really leading experiences and mechanisms of multi-stakeholder dialogues around the world. I could say that it's people that make things to happen. It's really the people that is doing things in this field. So we expect to have Chengetai Masako as Olga said, and Anya from the IGF Secretariat. They lead the Internet Governance Forum at the global level. And we have Rodney Taylor. Rodney is the leader of CTU, the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, and they lead as in his role, in his capacity of the head of CTU. He leads also the Internet Governance Forum of the Caribbean. So this started 19 years ago. 19 years ago, in 2005, in the summit in a summit in Tunis. In fact, that was the first time that I met you. It was in Tunis in 2005.
You were in the Uruguayan delegation.
Yes, exactly. And so we decided at that point, among all the countries of the world, to create something that we call at that moment the forum. A forum that we envisaged the forum as a place where all the the stakeholders could participate in equal footing, non-decision-making forum, so the people could go with the freedom of not to have to negotiate each word of a declaration, and really to bring all the issues that needed to discussion among all stakeholders. The basis for this understanding is that I think that it was never so clear before that the expertise and the wisdom was so highly distributed. And we needed everybody in order to take the best decisions and to find the best ways to take the full advantage of the technologies for the benefit of the people. So this is the basis of the reason why the multi-stakeholder model is something that we embrace, because we need everybody, we need all the perspectives. We cannot waste the opportunities to bring everybody involved. And so this had an impact in the world that once the IGF was created, this model was replicated in many places, in Latin America, in Africa, in the Caribbean, in Europe, everywhere. At the beginning at the regional level, and so at the national level. So we have now local, national, and regional IGFs all around the world. And to be honest, the CTU in the Caribbean had already started an experience before the IGF was established. We could say in some way that probably that the Caribbean IGF was the most ancient. It was the pioneer in this kind of forums because, as I say, it predates the existence of IGF. So taking advantage that we have Ronnie here and Lilian. Lilian, as Olga said, is working in Colnodo, and they are leading the LAC IGF, the IGF for the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. So we will talk to them. And so, Ronnie, let me ask you, that's first of all, if you want to introduce yourself or CTU, that would be wonderful. And so I would ask you, what do you think is the impact of this? Why it is important for a region like the Caribbean to have a forum like a multi-stakeholder forum, and what are the impacts that the regional IGF is having in the Caribbean? Please, Ron.
Good morning, Raul. Good morning to all the participants and all of the distinguished panelists. I hope you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to share a bit about CTU, which is the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. It is an institution of CARICOM, which is the Caribbean community. And we have 20 member states in the Caribbean, mostly English speaking, but we also have Cuba. We're very pleased to have Cuba as one of our member states. It is an intergovernmental organization focused on information and communication technology policy development, with the aim of ensuring that our member states leverage information and communications technology, or ICTs, to promote social and economic development. I'm actually here in Antigua and Barbuda. The CTU is based in Trinidad and Tobago. It's been there since 1989. But I'm in Antigua and Barbuda, where the United Nations 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States just concluded yesterday. And I'm pleased that we were able to hold the second Internet Governance Forum for Small Island Developing States, or SIDS, the second SIDS conference. It is recognized by the UN as a national or regional initiative, or NRI, because SIDS itself is not a geographic region, but the United Nations acknowledges that there are peculiar challenges to small island developing states, in particular in relation to climate change and the risk associated with climate change and natural disasters. In relation to the internet, there's the high cost of connectivity because of the cost of subsea fibers, The economies are small, and therefore the economies of scale are also very difficult to achieve for companies looking to invest in internet infrastructure. As Barrett pointed out, the CPU first Internet Governance Forum started in 2005. Is actually the oldest in the world, and this year we celebrate 20 years, and we'll be hosting that IGF in Guyana, which is one of our member states, where it started in Guyana. And it's called the CIGF, and it is important. The whole idea of national and regional initiatives is very important. The internet itself is a network of networks. So it isn't one network that connects. It's a network of networks. So if you think of it as a Barbados internet, a Trinidad and Tobago internet, Puerto Rican internet, and they're all connected together to form one global resource. In the same way, if we talk about internet governance, we also need to bring our perspective to the issues of internet governance. So what are the issues important to us? Whether it's connectivity, cybersecurity, women's rights, and now AI, of course, is dominating the global discussion. And what the IGF, therefore, the national and regional initiatives allows is for the local stakeholders from the ground up to discuss issues that are of national or local significance. So in my capacity as well as chair of the Internet Society, the Barbados chapter of the Internet Society in 2017, I led the hosting of Barbados's first Internet Governance Forum. Back then, very few people nationally even knew about Internet governance, and the fact that this global resource, most people use the Internet, in fact, and don't think about how it is managed, how it is governed, how the standards, how the technical standards are developed, and how policy decisions are made. So we're pleased to be able to discuss the internet governance itself, who are the players involved, like ICANN, the Internet Cooperation for Assigned Names and Numbers, the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, and the regional internet registries like LACNIC and ARIN and so on. What are their respective roles? All of them, of course, performing very, very important functions that enable the internet to operate. And these IGFs that we hosted were held, in fact, hosted with the support of these organizations that I mentioned. They were able to send experts to talk about what they do specifically around the domain name system, around IP addresses, and so on. And we were since then been able to support the establishment of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Internet Governance Forum, the Trinidad and Tobago IGF. We work very closely with them. And as I mentioned, the Small Island Developing States Internet Governance Forum. Essentially, the IGF we have that just concluded yesterday was concluded on Wednesday. The SIDS 4 conference was concluded yesterday. And we were pleased to have the support of the Dynamic Coalition of Small Island Developing States, or DC-SIDS. And DC-SIDS is actually a specialized group within the global IGF framework that focuses on the unique challenges and opportunities faced by SIDS in the realm of internet governance and digital transformation. So we were able to work very closely with DC-SIDS to have that, to deliver the second IGF. We've been very active in the global IGF itself. Last year in Kyoto, we hosted a forum that focused on the evolution of internet governance since it first started, to now a discussion on the Global Digital Compact and what the implications are for internet governance with the United Nations Summit of the Future, which includes the GDC, and what are the implications for that as being led by the United Nations? How does that impact, if in fact the new forum comes out of this GDC, a Digital Cooperation Forum, for example, how does that gel with the Internet Governance Forum? What are the implications for the multi-stakeholder model? And in particular for small states that have very limited resources to track all of these issues. be up to date. So I just wanted to share those brief perspectives with you. Conscious of the time as well, and from here I do head to the airport. But I'm really pleased that you were able to give us the platform to share some of our experiences with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rodney. I was while I was listening to you, we have. Okay. Are you there, Rodney?
Yes, I am here.
Oh, okay, good. While I was listening to you, I was thinking how the IGF has not been good in itself, but also a place, an appropriate place for incubating initiatives like what you mentioned, the dynamic coalition on small island developing states and another initiative. So it has. I think this is one of the positive impacts of IGF. That is not only what we discuss within the IGF, but how people connect and new initiatives emerge from these synergies created among stakeholders. And we have now Chengetai with us. So thank you, Chengetai, for joining this panel. Chengetai, as we introduced him before, he is the head of the Secretariat of the Internet Governance Forum. So we could say that he's the real boss. He's the chief of everything. So and it sounds it's a joke, but it's really important the work that the Secretariat of IGF does. For us, is really a privilege to have the head of the team that make everything to happen in this global forum. So the Chengetai, taking advantage of your presence in this forum, I would like you to share with us what do you think are the most positive impacts of IGF so far, and also how do you see the future evolution of IGF, especially at the time that's not only that we have a lot of pressing issues that are emerging every day, new issues that come to the table that need to be addressed among all stakeholders, but also in parallel we have a discussion in UN about the future of the digital governance in general. So how do you see the future of IGF? What do you imagine for the future? So thank you for being with us, and go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Raul, for those very kind words. And yes, I only serve the stakeholders and the participants. And without them, there would be no IGF. Positive impacts, I'll just touch on very, very briefly because I think my colleague Anya is going to speak more in depth about them. But this is the 19th year of the IGF synthesis, and the positive impacts can be seen everywhere. I mean, we have had greater collaboration and also more interaction between stakeholders rather than them being in their silos. And that has led to, of course, better policies being produced and implemented. As for such a thing, such as internet governance, the governments cannot do it alone. And when you're discussing issues, you do have to have those people who are affected by those policies in that discussion. And there's loads of testimonials, for example, the setting up of IXPs in East and West Africa as well, which was a direct result of the IGF being there. So those are loads, and my colleague Anya is going to go further into those. But as for the future of the IGF, yes, these 2 years, that's 2024 and 2025, are very critical and crucial years for internet governance and digital governance as a whole. These 2 years are, in fact, going to set the stage for what happens in the next 10 years or even the next 20 years, just as maybe WSIS did in 2005. As has been said, of course, there are various processes that are ongoing. There's the GDC, the Global Digital Compact. And from what we've seen in the Global Digital Compact is that The feeling that the IGF has been a very useful process, and one that people do wish to continue, and one that can play a crucial role in the GDC follow-up, has been stated numerous times by stakeholders from all over the world and from different stakeholder groups. We have yet to see exactly what the outcome is, as we've heard that, as Rodney has said, we don't know what the outcome is. Are there going to be new mechanisms that then the IGF has to adjust to them, or will the follow-up process follow the WSIS plus 20 process that has been here and is established? And as the IGF, we have over 170 national and regional initiatives, and also a very strong youth program, very strong parliamentary program. We're just starting a judiciary program as well. So that's up to the member states. As such, the things that we've been hearing from where I'm sitting as well is that we do need to put a lot more into our capacity building initiatives. And also, just listening into the discussion, so these are not my personal views, as I like to state, is that we just follow what the member states or the stakeholders want, and we try and implement that to the best of our abilities. But what we've also heard the stakeholders and also the government saying is that governments also want some sort of a space, as we've had the parliamentary, we've had the judiciary. So we'll see if we can do that, if we can adapt that within the IGF framework, which of course may be possible. And that will also be very good, so that they can have this back and forth and still keep the multi-stakeholder model alive and well within the system. We've also know that we will have to cooperate with our partners as well, maybe a tighter cooperation, and this is what we'll be working on, and the leadership panel as well will be working on next year when the WSIS plus 20 negotiations do start, taking what comes out of the GDC and examining that while we discuss WSIS plus 20 and the road ahead, and how we can adapt and evolve to meet those challenges. The IGF has been evolving since the very beginning, and what I've always said is that we do have a continuous improvement process at the very beginning, and we do also want to keep and maintain our bottom-up multi-stakeholder model. At the beginning of each cycle, we do survey the stakeholders and participants, and then at the end of each cycle as well, we do have looking back and stock taking and adjust our operations according to that for the next cycle. So there's this continuous improvement cycle, and we want to continue doing that. And I also do see that the future of the IGF is strong. We may have to evolve a bit, but I do see that the future is strong, and that we still have the faith and the confidence of the stakeholders. I hope that answers the question a little bit. Yeah.
Very much. Thank you very much, Chengetai, for your words, but also for all the work you do with your team. This is amazing. As you said, the IGF today is very different of the IGF at the beginning, and it has evolved very much during those 18 years. Depending and according, trying to fit the evolution of the expectations of the different stakeholders and the needs of the community. So despite of the challenging environment, the IGF remain being is still a central piece of the digital policy ecosystem. So I think that the IGF will succeed in continue adapting itself to the future demands and needs, and in some way, probably in a different form, but it will continue being a central piece of this ecosystem. So we are facing, because all of us are in some way the IGF. We are facing the difficult challenges, but I think that the IGF is a very good instrument and will continue fulfilling its role. And so good luck with the
Thank you very much,
challenges in the near
yes.
future. Yes, and I think one of the messages for the audience here is that really it's worthwhile to become involved and engage in IGF is very important for IGF. It will be good for you, but it's very important for IGF also to bring new energies to the discussions. Thank you very much,
Yes.
Chengetai.
Thank you. Yes, and we just like to say, yes, we are only as strong as the participants. We're only as strong as you. So, yes.
Perdí algo. Thank you very much. We have also maybe we will come back to the discussions, and we have Anya now. Oh, thank you, Anya. Anya is part of the team of the IGF Secretariat too. I'm sorry, Lilian, because you were one of the first in joining, but I will let you to the end, because I think I want to finish with the regional perspective of this. So, Anya, that you are very involved in all the global relations, and you are one of the most visible faces in the IGF Secretariat, working with people from developing countries and promoting several initiatives. So what do you think, as Anya, based on your experience, what do you think is the main benefit for people from developing countries to participate in IGF? What's the feedback that you receive usually from this community? So, please share with us your experience.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Raul, and greetings to everyone. I'm here participating with the Secretariat on the World Summit on Information Society +20 meeting, and also AI Summit for Good. And it's very interesting to meet a number of colleagues coming from what I call the IGF ecosystem, mainly associated with the national, regional, sub-regional, and youth IGFs, who are active participants here as well, and sharing their testimonials, which goes in favor of my response to your very good question. I think the main benefit is indeed, first of all, the IGF being hub for exchange of knowledge, experiences, good but not so good practices as well, where we can learn from each other's mistakes also, so not to repeat them. And also a great opportunity and a platform to network and to meet stakeholders coming from various parts of the world who are experiencing similar or different issues as us. So a lot of differences, a lot of stakeholders participating, but all united in one thing, and that is the internet we all want for ourselves, seeing it as a great opportunity and enabler of sustainable development, of just better, stronger economies, better well-being for everyone. And of course, being aware of the threats and harms that exist to it, and being aware that through the mechanism of governance that we have all embraced through the World Summit on the Information Society processes, through also the mandate of the IGF, we can actually combat those harms and ensure that the internet and all related technologies, services, and tools do serve people everywhere equally as enabler for good. So I think that's the biggest benefit. What I hear on daily basis, technically from my colleagues who are running IGF processes at national and regional IGFs, is that not just participating physically at one annual meeting, but really being meaningfully part of the IGF processes really is a game changer in terms of the ecosystem at local levels, particularly, and with that, collectively speaking, then at global levels. We have seen examples where, for instance, establishing an IGF process in a country leads to establishing new initiatives which are changing lives. For example, if you have these types of schools on internet governance in countries which are not allowing a lot, for instance, opportunities to deal with digital, then it really creates a huge change. Or if you create a process through which you have governments speaking to private sector, with civil society, with technical communities, and others, where you create those strong synergies and exchanges of knowledge, experiences, it really leads to a concrete change of policy, of laws, and in that sense, change of conditions in which people live and operate. There's been, I don't know if Chengeta mentioned, there's been a very interesting and very important study that the DNS Research Federation has done just recently. They've been promoting the outcomes and findings of that research here at WSIS as well. It was focused on the IGF, but concretely on its impacts. What are the changes that we're seeing? And it's interesting when somebody who's outside through an objective methodology really looks through 20 years of everything that's been done, looking at the changes. And one of the concrete change, for example, was not just, introducing, which was revolutionary, multi-stakeholder model at the traditional multilateral intergovernmental organization in early 2000s, such as the UN, but also inspiring people to drive application and embracing that model in their local communities through establishing national and regional IGFs. And the fact that today we speak about more than 170 of them, I think is a proof and an indicator that really speaks in favor about the value of this model for people. In addition to that, this research is so interesting, speaking about, for instance, how the IGF as a model, as a platform for discussion has led to meaningful decision making. For instance, in giving its contribution to closing the concerning digital divide. So a lot of examples on how it helped discussions on establishing IXPs, but also community networks in various countries are part of that report. If you look also in the area of indirect impacts, you will see that the platform has served to initiatives from around the world on some very important processes for discussion, such as, for example, the IANA transition. Through the IGF for years, there's been a discussion at a multi-stakeholder level on how to do this very sensitive activity, which was successfully done at the end, and which really affects users everywhere, individually, but also collectively speaking. There are testimonials, for instance, from the African Union and colleagues there who were discussing how to establish and develop their African Digital Transformation Strategy 2030, also through the IGF. So various examples which really speak about the value. And I think the biggest indicator of the relevance and of the value at individual level is the participation. I'm sure Chengeta heard that he spoke about it. If you see how the participation is exponentially growing over the past couple of years significantly, from doubling, tripling from the average previous number, then that's also a proof for itself about the importance to it. But of course, Raul, if you allow me, I would like just to finish with this. Not everything is optimistic and not everything is positive. We are living in, our reality is that unfortunately we are facing a lot of inequalities, including with respect to the domain of digital inclusion. And in that sense, even though the awareness in various countries and regions has grown significantly, the economic power, the economic conditions are not in place for meaningful inclusion of these stakeholders. And I reference specifically stakeholders coming from developing part of the world, particularly least developed countries, small island developing states, landlocked developing countries. There isn't just enough investment in those countries to ensure that at the international levels we have meaningful participation from these stakeholders, which are critical if we want to speak about sustainable development for everyone, everywhere, meaningfully. And I hope that I can finish maybe with some sort of a plea that we all really should focus on ensuring digital inclusion of stakeholders coming from these countries because it reflects all of us, and it can just bring better conditions to everyone everywhere. Thank you.
Very much, Anya, and thank you for bringing this this perspective of connecting these multi-stakeholder discussions and processes with things of real life problems, and so you said in some moment that there are initiatives that change the life of people, and this is very important because at the end of the day, the ultimate objective of everything we do is to create a positive impact in the life of the people from around the world. It's a very well taken the point of about inequalities, and I think that this all this constellation of initiatives and forums and multi-stakeholder forums help very much to bring more people involved and from all around the world. While it is impossible to solve from here all the inequalities, at least we can favor the possibilities and opportunities of stakeholders for developing countries to be more engaged in a more meaningful manner. Thank you very much, Anya. Thank you, Kusai, for joining. Good morning, Kusai. But let me go to Lilian. Lilian, gracias por conectarte, por estar con nosotros.
Lilian, thank you for being here.
Let's ask Lilian to speak. I will interact with her in Spanish. Sorry for that, but the question is about what the LAC IGF is doing and how it is impacting in the regional community. And so Lilian, feel free to speak in Spanish or English as you prefer. Pero bueno, Lilian, nos gustaría que nos contaras un poco el impacto que el LAC IGF tiene en la.
Probably you can tell us what the impact of the IGF is in the region and the perspectives of LAC IGF for Latin America. Good morning. I'm going to be addressing my speech in Spanish. Thank you, Olga and Raul. I'm going to be brief, and I'm going to tell you about LAC IGF. Let me see if I can screen it.
¿Puedes
Sí, ahora la ven.
Hay una presentación, ¿la tenemos acá?
Sí, sí.
Ah, perfecto.
Ah, la va a compartir ella.
Adelante, Lilian.
Perfecto, bueno.
So, on the forum of internet governance in Latin America and the Caribbean, this seeks to be a point of meeting of all the stakeholders. It is important because in this space many sectors are interacting, and it is something that we've been attempting for some time, that all stakeholders could have a dialogue at an equal level. And every year these topics are considered as major for Latin America and the Caribbean. And these discussions, which are equal, can reach agreements and can also find recommendations. In these conditions, the IGF has a structure with many stakeholders who are making decisions and orienting the structure to the objectives. 3 people in each sector defines the way to define their representatives. In the case of government, the election was made on the occasion of elections of ELAC, and each government defines the conditions for those elections. This committee is in charge of selecting the conditions of elections and was formed from the regulations created in 2021 and is formed by 12 people with an open election process with different people from the region run in order to be representatives of each of these sectors. And in 2024, the first committee to select workshops formed by more than 70 people and diverse groups of different genders and different visions. Also, intersectional groups created from the new regulations and work all year round on the major topics for Latin America and the Caribbean. Also working with groups of other sectors like private, public sectors, civil society, and also working in a very diverse geographies. As I was saying, this is the first year we are working on the creation of GTIs, and all suggestions are welcome. Finally, we have the Secretariat. This has been presided by the ACNIC, which was the organizations who promoted this creation, but from the new regulations, it was decided that this secretariat must be changed every 3 years in an open process, calling all the organizations. And the organization I'm representing was selected at the secretariat of the from July 2023. We are going to maintain discussions to support the selection of workshops, executive and operative functions. And we also have an annual meeting converges. All these topics converge in this meeting where we have the opportunity to dialogue with all sectors. All the sectors are representative. Private, public sectors are represented here. The academy, communication institutes. Also, the selection committee is also part of this group defined in order to select the representatives of the different committees. In 2008 in Uruguay was the first time we had this event, and then we have had different forums all around Latin America. during the pandemic, July 2021, after a process of discussions where many people present here, as Raul, have participated, and all of them were responsible for all that new regulation, and they got new instances of discussions and also work on the implementation of this new regulation. The event in presence after the pandemics in 2022, in December 2023, it was held in Colombia, the University of Bogota. We had many panels, an opening session, and a major session with the regional and national initiatives of Latin America in coordination with regional initiatives in order to make them all converge and each one commented about their present work, and they can interact in this occasion. Carol Trudge is the president of the MAC at the moment. On the participation in presence in 2023, 51% of them were women. Colombia had the major participants: Argentina, Uruguay, Ecuador, Mexico, a total of 18 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, and 43% of civil society, government, academy, communications. What we are doing now has been defined, and we resume a proposal submitted by Chile. So Chile will be the venue for this event in November of this year. The call was an open process with participants from all countries of Latin America, and the definition of the selection of a committee. And we are also calling for the and we are expecting the event to be held in November 2024.
La verdad que muy buena la presentación, muy informativa, y gracias por dejar también los datos de contacto para que la gente que tenga más interés sobre esta iniciativa. Kusai, thank you for joining again. It's a pleasure to have you here, and especially for the time difference. I don't know if you are Kuwait at this moment.
I'm so happy and honored to join the South School on Internet Governance and join this wonderful panel, and see you again, you, Raul, and Olga, and all the organizers. Well, it's afternoon here, and the temperature is 50 degrees in Kuwait, so it's a good day. So it's wonderful to have you today, to join you.
Thank you. We are a little...
I'm not hearing you, Raul. I lost the voice.
Now you are listening.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm listening to you right now. Yes.
I was saying that as always we are running a little behind the schedule. We are very good in doing that.
Sure.
But we are very interested, Kusai, in knowing the experience of a multi-stakeholder discussion processes model, the impact of IGF and the IGF style processes in a region like the Arab region. So please, if you could share with us, we would appreciate that very much.
Sure. Well, in our part of the world, in the Arab world, we have benefited a lot from the IGF, not only in the level of the issues and topics that has been discussed, but also as the IGF as a best practice, as a multi-stakeholder process, as a platform for policy dialogue, and move this experience to our part of the world to discuss the important issues and knowing what's our priorities when it comes to internet and internet governance. The opportunity that we had from the global IGF is that first, we were building our knowledge on the main issues and the main topics and the evolving issues and the new trends of the internet, which we were not knowledgeable about, and we didn't have the right perspective on it, and we didn't have the proper understanding about it. So participating in the global IGF, meeting the experts, meeting the people with the know-how, with the knowledge, with the awareness from various stakeholders, built our knowledge, our experience, and put us in sync with the world and the global community, whether to participate in an effective way, to understand the issue, and move this experience to our part of the world. Let me give you an example on this. During the WSIS days and the early days of the IGF, our part of the world were focusing on the issues of critical internet resources, or what is called the CIRs. But as we matured and as we understood the issues in a better way and understand more, we have realized that access for us in our part of the world is more important for us than what is called the critical internet resources, because at that time, access in the Arab world was below 50%, and in some countries were below 10%. So what is more important and what is of a priority? The access to the internet or the critical internet resources who nobody has access to the internet in the first place? So, and with time, we have understood that the resilience of the internet, the stability of its operation, and the stability of the internet itself is more important and should be more of a focus than the critical internet resources. So this knowledge and this evolution of understanding and putting this into perspective were not possible if we were not participating in the global IGF, meeting with people from all around the world, from various stakeholders, people with knowledge, people who is aware of the matters and issues, and who can interact. Through interacting with them, we build our knowledge and capacities in this issue. And not only that, we brought them to the Arab IGF process and other processes like similar to the South Internet Governance School, we have what is called the Middle East and adjoining countries Internet Governance School. So these issues, or participating in the global IGF, understanding the issues of concern, helped us not only to understand the issues and know them better and be in perspective, but also knowing what's the priorities of the world, how the world is thinking, and how we sync ourselves with other parts of the world. If we have priorities, we better be on the same pace with the others to bring the attention of the world or the global attention to our priorities. This opportunity would not be possible if we didn't have the global IGF and linked ourselves to it. One other important influence that the global IGF brought to our part of the world is the multi-stakeholder process by itself. Today, in most of the Arab countries, when we're talking about setting up policies, governance mechanism, or even regulation, all competent authorities or respective authorities would consult with other stakeholders to explore their opinion, knowing their standing, what they are thinking before moving into any action. This process, the influence of multi-stakeholder, was a product of the IGF in our part of the world. So this is how we benefited that much from the global IGF, moving it to the Arab IGF or the Arab world. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you very much, Gusai. I think that you made a very good points. One is how the global multi-stakeholder processes also help to legitimate the process at the regional level, and but also how the priorities in different regions could be different, and that we have to adapt to bring the model, but to address the problems that are really the priorities for each of the regions. Very quick follow-up question with you, Kusai. How important is for you the fact that the IGF will be held in your region this year, that it will be held in Saudi Arabia in December?
This is a wonderful opportunity. Actually, we look forward and we look for the success, and we wish Saudi Arabia all the success in in organizing and hosting the global IGF. And we wish to see you all there. This is a wonderful opportunity, not for us, but also for all the stakeholders in our part of the world to meet and interact and talk and discuss internet issues with the global IGF community from all stakeholders of the world. This will let us build better understanding, sync ourselves better with other part of the world, understand the global dynamics of the internet and internet governance mechanisms globally, regionally, and on national level. So it will be a wonderful opportunity to see the world, the global community, the global IGF community coming to Saudi Arabia this year and allowing the wider audience in the Arab world to interact with the people of knowledge, with the expertise, with other stakeholders, youth, parliamentarians in Saudi Arabia to feel and understand and recognize the importance of internet governance globally and what it means to the region and on national level, provided the fact that we have soon the Summit of the Future and the WSIS 20 plus let's say in 2025. Thank you, Ra.
We expected to have interaction with the audience, but due to the fact that we started later than expected, we will not have time now for questions. But Chengetai, do you want to give a last message, a few seconds, to close this session?
The only thing I would like to say is please do continue to engage and to participate and to make your voice heard, especially if you are not traditionally engaged. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Good message. And thank you, all of you, for the work you do. I really think I'm convinced of the benefits of the multi-stakeholder model and all the positive impact that IGF has created in the world. So I think that the world is much better. We will not solve all the problems, but the world undoubtedly is much better with all those multi-stakeholder processes ongoing than if they would not exist. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for joining, for bringing your inspiring words and sharing your expertise and the work you do with all of us. Thank you very much, and thank you to all of us.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. Thank you, Ra.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you on the internet.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Raul. Thanks a lot. We will run out of time, but we have a very interesting presentation coming from Meta that is being connected through Canada but requested at 11:15. So I will ask you to be brief and resume the session at 11:15. Okay?
Idiomas.
Dale, habíamos hecho una, creo, pero. Sacó esto.
Cada CTI deberá ser
¿Tengo audio? Nos sentamos, por favor, que tenemos otra presentación. Siéntense, siéntense. Alejandro, siéntese. Necesito mi programa. ¿Dónde está? Programa. Ay, qué obedientes. Bueno, ahora tenemos una presentación.
We have a presentation on Metaverse that is going to be in English. So if you request simultaneous interpreting, go and get your headphones.
Kevin es Global Policy Campaign Strategist Director de Meta. Él está en Canadá y nos va a dar una presentación sobre metaverso. Hi, Kevin, are you there? Hi,
Hello,
Kevin.
can you hear
Good
me?
morning. Good morning from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Thank you very much for being with us today. I know you're
Thank
in
you.
Canada, so the time is not very bad for you, or you're in the West Coast.
No, today I'm in Montreal. It's perfect.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. I was explaining to our fellows that you're the Global Policy Campaign Strategist Director from Meta. Thank you very much for joining. Meta has been a contributor for many years to as a sponsor, and also with very interesting content to our program of activities. So welcome to our last day of the school this year. This is the 16th edition of our school. We have been organizing it since 2009. And you are very welcome to make your presentation to our fellows. We have fellows from all Latin America and virtually from all over the world. So the floor is yours. And thank you very much for being with us.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for having me. I just want to make sure that everybody can see the presentation, which will be coming up, I think, shortly.
Do you want us to show it, or do you want to share it from your...
Oh, no, yeah, I think you will be showing it.
Okay,
on
we
your
have
side,
it. We
you'll be
already have
projecting.
it. So we will show it. That's,
Oh, there we go.
Can you... It's on the screen now.
Yes. Perfect. So if it's okay, I'll go through my presentation, and then I'll ask somebody to just change the slides when I'm ready, if that's okay.
Okay. Él nos dice cuándo cambiar.
Good. Thank you. Gracias. So thank you very much. As mentioned, I'm Kevin Chan. I'm a policy director at Meta. And I get to spend a lot of my time these days thinking about the future of the internet, and specifically the metaverse and artificial intelligence. And so I have a presentation here that I'll take you through, but I'm hoping we'll have some time afterwards for a bit of a Q&A, if that's possible. I would love to engage in some back and forth with the audience, even though I cannot see you, but I think you can see me. So I'm going to try to do that with you all over the course of the next few minutes. So maybe onto the next slide. Just wanted to give you a sense of what we are looking at in the future. So really, we were building the next computing platform, a platform that is going to be much more immersive in nature. So we're talking about, imagining being able to stand on the streets of ancient Rome, visit the local markets, and really see what life was like, some 2,000 years ago. We're talking about visiting a virtual planetarium with students from all over the world, transporting, beaming up to a starship, going on a spacewalk. We're looking at taking a view of a 3D image of a human heart and being able to manipulate it with your hands to practice surgery or just to study anatomy. And we're talking about wearing glasses that are connected to the internet and powered by AI that allow you to ask it all sorts of questions, get information, get guidance about the world around you. This is the future of the internet, and in some respects, It's already part of the suite of products that Meta is already building. And I want to take you through some of the new innovations we've had in the last 2 years and explain to you why we see tremendous value in this and why we think that a broader ecosystem also sees tremendous value in what we are building. So the next slide, please. So as I mentioned, really the two long-term bets that we're making here are on the AI and the metaverse. Each of them took significant steps forward, I think, in 2023 and 2024. And importantly, they began to intersect. They began to come together. And perhaps one of the best examples here is the Ray-Ban Meta smart glasses that were released. And they let really, not only are they a form factor that we believe will be the future of immersive experiences, but also in a way allows for AI to be used while you're wearing the glasses. So allowing the Meta AI to be able to engage with the things that you're seeing, you're able to learn more about your environment, you're able to interact more without pulling out your phone. And we're really excited about how great and positive the reception has been to this new form factor and this merging of sort of our Reality Labs metaverse products with AI. So the next slide, I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about VR, AR, and MR. Different technologies will enable different levels of immersion that suit the individual or the environment. They're not designed to be a replacement for experiences in daily life more than the internet is today. But what they will do, we believe, is to build interconnectedness and provide richer, more immersive experiences. And we believe that all of this has the power to unlock new opportunities and spark new impact, both socially and economically. So maybe we go to the next slide. So what is the metaverse? We believe it's the successor to the mobile internet. It is a virtual environment where you can be present with people in digital spaces that are interconnected, even when these people obviously are not in the same physical place as you are. We're talking about immersive worlds that you can create and you can interact with all the visual information that you would expect in a real 3D space, including body language and facial gestures. And really, the defining quality of the metaverse is a sense of presence, like you're actually in an embodied internet. And in a way that is persistent, meaning that the virtual environments persist, whether or not you're in them or not. And when you go back into the environment, it is exactly as you left it. Maybe the next slide, please. Just to give you a sense of the timeline for all of this. Technology has evolved tremendously. If you go back 50 years ago, we talked about site-specific computing in the form of mainframes. And then we kind of, in the 80s, moved up into this dial-up age of the internet. And by the 2000s, we were really looking at the mobile internet, access through smartphones and tablets. And when we got phones with cameras, the internet really became a more visual and mobile way of engaging with information and with people. And so you can sort of see this progression, the media content getting richer and richer. And we believe that the metaverse, VR, AR, and MR are a logical evolution from this. It's really about a much richer media environment where you're actually immersed in virtual worlds that allow you to be more effectively engage and interact with people. So maybe the next slide, please. So I'm just going to go through quickly some terminology. Extended reality is really the umbrella term we use to refer to all real and virtual environments generated by computer graphics and wearable technology. So we're talking about the full range from augmented to virtual to mixed reality. And if we go to the next slide, we are really, here's an example of what virtual reality and mixed reality can look like. And some of you who probably have already have headsets have probably already experienced this. But we're really talking about being really in a immersive environment where you feel immersed in it. You have the sense of presence. And while a lot of the origins of the initial technology came from gaming and entertainment, we believe that the real significant impacts that will be very positive in nature will come in the form of changes to education, to workforce, training and development, to healthcare, and civic engagement. We're only, about 5 years into a 10-year or more journey, but actually there are already lots of great use cases already in existence, including in Latin America, which I will touch on in a moment. Next slide, please. So augmented reality is a technology that is seeking to overlay digital images or animations on top of the real world, so that you get an augmented sense of where you are, whether it be more information or more visual representations that are virtual in nature. Many of you have probably already tried this. If you are shopping for furniture online, there's already applications that allow you to take a digital representation of the object you're wanting to buy, and you can kind of put it into your apartment or into your house to see what it looks like. So that's an example of AR technology. But again, we do think that moving forward, there are going to be many more applications in the work and education environment that's really going to make AR a much more impactful technology for societies and for economies. And I think I'll end this segment of the presentation, and I'll move to AI, but we do have a little video that I'd like to show on the next slide. These are real-world examples of how some of our metaverse products are already enhancing inclusion. And so if my friends in Argentina could press, I don't know if you, maybe the video doesn't seem to be loading. Is it possible to play the video, or are you having trouble?
We're working on it. We downloaded your presentation without problem, but there.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Beyond the limitations of physical space, allowing anyone, anywhere, to connect within communities where technology builds bridges and discover endless possibilities. Okay, let's do this.
Welcome to the Juneteenth Cultural Hub. Let's grab your arm span and height so you can adjust all our workouts to suit your range of motion.
Hi everybody, Yahtzee, and welcome. Today on the Fancy Navajo.
Chin down, eyes on the prize. You got this, athlete.
When I use the Navajo experiences, it reminds me of my Tanoka, which is a celebration of Navajo womanhood.
It's about being seen, being heard.
The future is filled with worlds of possibilities, where everyone has a voice with the power to build community and bring the world closer together. That's the magic of innovation, and it's woven together by all of us.
Okay, great. So as I mentioned, these are actually, the three examples you see in the video are actually real examples. Stakeholders and partners that we've worked with and that are finding value in our technology for inclusion purposes. And so really excited to have been able to share that with you. Moving on now to artificial intelligence, which is really, of course, something that's really on top of everybody's minds. Here are some llamas created through our generative AI tools. Llama is the name we've given for our large language model, which stands for Large Language Model Meta AI. So maybe I'll just move to the next slide if we can. So at Meta, we know that people use our technologies to get closer to what they care about, connecting to family and friends and customers and new experiences. And we, of course, have been pioneers of AI for more than a decade. So it does help deliver relevant content and ads to people on our services. I've been doing that for a long time now. And it also helps ensure that problematic, prohibited content is identified and quickly removed. This actually relies on machine learning AI technology. But of course, more lately, we have been, globally, I think everybody, different companies have been talking about a new generation of AI technology based on foundation models, and most prominently, these large language models that allow you to have almost real-life conversations, you would think, with AI agents. And so for us, we're really proud to be spearheading an open-sourced approach to large language models. We recently released the third iteration of our model. We call it Llama 3. And we think that this is going to be a very impactful contribution to researchers, to businesses, but also to the broader civil society as people take this model, which again we are open sourcing for free, that people can use, build applications and AI agents on top of. Maybe we'll just move to the next slide. And I think we can probably skip this slide and move to the next one. So again, as I mentioned, we've had a long history of deploying AI and making much of our research and our models available for free. By the end of 2024, we will have access to AI chips with a total compute power equivalent to almost 600,000 NVIDIA H100 GPUs. And we have built one of the fastest AI supercomputers in the world. And that has already led to several groundbreaking AI projects, such as the Llama foundation models that I referred to earlier. I want to take you through some of the performance abilities of our latest large language model, Llama 3. Maybe we can just go to the next slide. So there are just some benchmarking figures here compared to some of the industry standards, but you can see that even within the very first few weeks of its release, we're really, really proud of the performance of our Llama 3 model. And for those who are using it already to build applications and AI agents, we hope that you feel very, very good about its capabilities as well. Maybe we'll just go to the next slide if we could. Next one after that. And maybe the next one after that, please. Okay, great. Thank you. So I did want to spend a little bit of time unpacking why we are giving this model out to the public or the general public. And largely it's because we believe that building this technology and democratizing it not only has been consistent with our approach to AI for the last 10 years, but we also think it has tremendous benefits for society and for economies, and of course for our company as well. Let me address the notion of competition and innovation. It turns out that there actually aren't that many organizations around the world that can build a brand new high-performing large language model. And that's because, as I mentioned, it requires a lot of computing power. and a lot of training data and a lot of resources to train. And so the idea that that this is going to be a scarce resource, we think is challenging. And by open sourcing Llama, we're able to bring this to the rest of the world. And we think that people will then be able to take it and innovate and build on top of it. And that's good for innovation generally in the ecosystem, but we also think it's good for competition. The other point that we think that is valuable for open source technology is that it's good for safety and security. So when we release the model, we have done our best to make sure that we have a model that is secure and safe. But we always welcome scrutiny in this, and the best way to scrutinize the model and to provide feedback to us is to have the community build on it. Which is what we're seeing, and we think that is in the longer term better to get to security and safety issues faster. And I would probably be remiss not to say that, of course, this is also good for us, because the same feedback loops that help make the model better, because it's open source, will also help us refine our technologies better. And of course, we do have AI agents that are built on top of Llama 3 that exist on our platforms. And when the community is engaging with our open source models and making them better, that feedback comes back and allows us to also improve our offering to people who use our products and our services. Maybe the next slide, please. So this is just a bit more of a layout of sort of what our position is with respect to open source models. I think I've touched on most of them, so maybe we'll move on to the next slide, which is something that we have launched, Meta AI, in some markets. They will obviously come to more markets in the future, but this is a product that we're offering on our platforms, be it Facebook or Instagram or WhatsApp or Messenger. It is built on top of Llama 3, but it is a large language model that again is open for anybody to use with a user interface. You can also access it on the web at meta.ai. Maybe the next slide, and we're nearing the end of my presentation, but I did want to talk a bit about some of the work that we're doing that's very near and dear to my heart, because my team leads on a lot of this. Just the next slide, if we could, please. And that is really starting to engage with the broader ecosystem on building communities and driving innovation. I don't know if you can see the slide. Perhaps we are stuck. Oh, there we go. And so I want to just draw to the audience's attention two things that we've done in the last, I guess it's maybe the last 9 months. So if you go to the next slide, please. We do have a community of builders for the metaverse that we call the Metaverse Community Collective. This is a subset of us that we brought out to Los Angeles, where we engaged on understanding how people who are using our products and services are building for the metaverse, how they're using our products. And I'm really proud, if you go to the next slide, to have welcomed some representatives from Latin America. So we see examples from the Organization of American States. We also see an interesting use case from Brazil, where we're establishing a hub of innovators to actually innovate on metaverse technologies. We're also training through the organization, through the OAS, training creators on augmented reality, how to build filters, how to use this technology to ideally build a business And we've already trained, or the OAS has already trained over 10,000 creators. And you can go on their website to sort of learn more about how you can access this kind of training. I'll finish with the last summit we did, which was just last month in Silicon Valley. So maybe the next slide, please. We hosted our first global Llama community summit, where we brought in 70 developers from 27 countries to spend a day with us. We learned from them about what they see valuable in the open source models that we are putting out into the world, and we're sharing with them our perspective and what we're seeing. And maybe on the last or the last two slides, I'm just really proud to say that we had invited seven participants from Latin America. Then the next slide, you'll see some examples of who were invited. And maybe I'll just finish the presentation on the next slide with two examples of use cases from Latin America that are pretty interesting. One from Monterrey, where they're building an AI tool that can actually recommend nutritional recipes based on ingredients that you might have, how to eat, in a healthy way. And then another one here from Brazil, which is using Llama 3 to summarize patients' medical records as they check out, and it's a way for doctors to have access to information in a way that's much more efficient. And so these are, again, not things that Meta is building. We built the foundation model. These are use cases that are out in the world that different entrepreneurs, different research organizations, different civil society groups are taking and building applications on top of it. And we think that it's early days, of course, but the promise is, we're very, very proud to be able to support this kind of social and economic innovation. So perhaps I'll stop here. I took the audience through, I think, quite a bit. I hope I didn't speak too quickly, and I hope we didn't go through the slides too quickly, but I'm happy to answer, if it's possible, in this format, answer any questions that people may have in the remaining time that we have.
First of all, that's a big applause for your presentation. We have many hands up from fellows here who want to ask questions.
Oh.
But in the meantime, as I get my roving microphone, let me ask you how they can engage with this group of developers that you have just mentioned. And if you can refer to website or somewhere where they can. We have many fellows from Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Peru, Bolivia.
Well, that's a very good question. I mean, I don't know how many people are there. Maybe a lot. Oh, wait, I see a different angle now, so I see a bit of the room. Look, I think it would be perfectly fine if you want to send an email. I'll just offer this, and then I can connect people to the right people to meet with, I guess. If you want to send an email to me, my email is Kevin, Kevin, SK. So Sam Kevin SK Chan CHAN @meta.com. If you are interested in being connected to various AI communities that are building on open source, we'd be happy to find a way to connect you to the right people. So if you want to send me a note, letting me know what you're interested in, I can do my best. Can't promise anything in advance, but I'll do my best to try to connect you with.
Thank you very much. We have some questions from fellows. In English?
Sure.
Or
English.
Okay, fantastic.
Hi, Kevin. I'm Mariana. I'm from Brazil. Initially, I would like to say that your presentation was very interesting. And I noticed that recently Instagram added an AI-generated content opt-in for users. And I found it very interesting and necessary. Well, regarding Meta's policy, I would like to know what policies you have to address address children and adolescents' experience on internet, considering that they have a peculiar status of being in current development and don't have adults' ability to differ real from virtual. I understand that social media wasn't initially designed for young people, but as a new type of technology like metaverse has an unique opportunity to design a safe space for the next generation. So in terms of guaranteeing, sorry, I'm speaking too loud, right?
No, that's okay.
In terms of guaranteeing that they use an adequate platform with secure content, what are Meta's initiatives in that sense?
Sure, I mean, there's a lot there. I think you were asking about what are the measures that we take to protect young people, I think, from online harms, I think is what you're referring to. So of course, we take this matter, very seriously. I have 3 kids myself, and they're just getting to the age of being more independently online. So I understand very much personally the question that has been asked and some of the concerns that have been raised. I mean, I would just say, and I can't obviously go through all of it, in this conversation, but I would just say that we do have a lot of things online that we've published already about the things that we are doing. We are, young people who join the platform, and currently, you have to be 13 to be able to join. They're kind of defaulted to the most restrictive settings in terms of the ability for people to be able to message them. Young people cannot. You can't message young people if you're not already connected to them, if you're not known to them. We have parental supervision tools. We have time limits that are put in place. We have restrictions on advertising. So all of those things exist. We are continuing to build more changes to the system to help address some of the concerns that have been raised. So we do know we have more work to do. I think generally speaking, there has been some points that have been raised about the appropriate age to be online and on certain platforms. I think there's been questions about age verification, and I think on those things, those are all very legitimate questions as well. I think our sense is that perhaps the most privacy protective and most industry standardized way to do it is at the App Store level. So ensuring that when people buy a phone, that there are really 2 gateways, if you think about it, to the mobile internet. One is the iOS one, the other one is the Android one. I think increasingly, the view in the way to do it properly is rather than have apps do this one by one, and some people may do it not in a great way, some people may not. It may not be a privacy protective way. We think that ensuring age appropriateness ideally it would be done at the App Store level so that the entire ecosystem is subject to the same process and the same standards.
Kevin, we have some other questions. Do you have time for that?
I mean, I do.
Okay, not just asking. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Kevin. I'm Leticia from Brazil. And amazing presentation. I'm really amazed here. I would like to ask about the metaverse and in terms of ensuring accessibility. In January 2023, a study group from the University of São Paulo began analyzing how the metaverse could help in rehabilitation of people with disabilities. According to the study carried out of patients suffering from cerebral palsy, I don't know, simulating tasks in the virtual environment with rehabilitation. Treatments helped with engagement, improved performance, and encouraged the practice of physical activity. In addition, the students could also carry out tests on people on the autism spectrum with Down syndrome, and showing impressive results for psychological development. In this context, I would like to ask you if it's possible to ensure accessibility in the metaverse for people with different types of disabilities. What requirements must be considered when creating this virtual environment? And what is the future perspective of using the metaverse for rehabilitation and inclusion of those individuals? Thank you so much.
No, thank you. That's also a very big question. And I mean, here, I mean, I'll just echo that we have seen a lot of people actually use the Quest headsets as an example, actually for these kinds of purposes. There was one doctor I met who is focused on helping people regain some degree of their eyesight. Who have lost the ability sometimes to control what they see based on different traumas. And so as an example, what this doctor does is he has this whole medical program where he puts patients into a virtual environment with a headset, and they retrain them to focus on an object with their eyes, and you can actually, and because it's a simulated environment, you actually have targets that the person can look at. And as they're going through this process, there are incredibly, interestingly, incredible and significant improvements in the way that they're able to retrain their eyes. And so that was actually very interesting to hear about. We, of course, at Meta aren't building things for health applications. People are using them to try to see if they can move the needle. And so I think there is a question of how can this help with inclusion and help with disabilities. So there are definitely those examples of visual impairment. There are examples of also the AI or a program giving you turn-by-turn instructions about where to go because it's able to use the devices to map out the space around you, even if you can't see it clearly. And then I think there's another one which is not really for people who necessarily have some kind of accessibility or like an accessibility differential, but really about making it more easy to communicate universally. And so I think, and I'm not in a position to be able to say anything new or announce anything right now, but you can imagine, I think, a world where combining, let's say wearable devices like our smart glasses, powered by an AI agent, like Meta AI, that is multimodal or multilingual, that's able to actually allow you to have more or less real-time conversations with people who speak different languages. And so I think all those things are very, very exciting. I think they're going to, the technology is evolving and advancing at a rate where it's going to come faster than one would expect. And so, yeah, I think this all bodes very good news for people who have different needs, who may be able to be better integrated, fully integrated into different aspects of society with the help of these kinds of technologies. And so the future is very exciting.
Hi, Kevin. First of all, thank you for your presentation. Considering the cases of abuse of women that we have already been reported in the metaverse, if you think about an environment with a level of connectivity in which it will be difficult to distinguish the online world from the offline world, how can we think about the adaptability and implementation of the principles of internet governance and the use in Web 3.0 as exemplified by the metaverse? Would change be necessary? What can be done to prevent crimes that are already common on other platforms from resonating in these spaces, these new spaces? Thank you.
Sure. So again, a very, very big and good question. So I'll just start by saying, of course, nothing that happens in the metaverse should be allowed if it's not allowed, in a 2D space or in the real world. And so I think that as a principle, I think we should, in terms of prohibited behavior or prohibited content, I think that, nothing changes. I would say though, and maybe you're getting at this, is that the immersive quality of metaverse technologies makes things slightly different. So let me explain what I mean by that. So when you look at a 2D surface, like social media, traditionally, let's say, it has some degree of permanence to it. So you can, you can post something and people discover it maybe later. And if it's something that's prohibited, then people can see it and point to it, and it's in some ways easy to identify and take down if it's violating of our policies or of like local law, for example. I think it's slightly different in the metaverse where a lot of your interactions are actually synchronous. They're actually happening in real time. And so it's very similar in some ways. It's more similar to a real world interaction. And so there, we've actually, again, I think all the existing rules apply, but we also have created some product features that try to help mitigate against some of the challenges in a more real world environment. So in our own platform, Horizon Worlds, we do ensure that there is by default a bubble that exists between you as an avatar and people near you. So they actually can't get, and I forget, you'll excuse me, but I don't remember the exact distance limit that we placed, but they actually can't get closer to you than a certain distance. There are also, there's a panic button really that you can press that kind of takes you out of the world if you are reporting features that we enable for people to report others. And so those are kind of the things that we've been looking at to really get at not so much the content, because again, it's not permanent. You're not leaving something somewhere for someone to discover. We're looking at product changes and really safety measures that allow for people to feel safe in a virtual environment and to really guard against bad behavior, because it's really the behavior we're talking about, the conduct of somebody versus the content, because we're not actually leaving things necessarily anywhere for someone else to find. And maybe the last thing is obviously this is still a work in progress. There's still many more things that I'm sure will evolve over time in terms of how we best ensure safety, and that developers who are building on the Quest platform best ensure safety. But those are some of the measures that we have in place to try to give people a sense of security and safety in virtual environments, and also to be able to control how they interact with people. I hope that's helpful.
Hi, Kevin. Thank you very much for your presentation. Ariel Riera from Argentina here. One of the main criticisms against open source AI is to what extent it allows possible misuses, be it, I don't know, deepfakes, propaganda, whatever. What are the guardrails or policies or measures that you take to against that, and to what extent you difference from other approaches, proprietary approaches regarding AI, to avoid these possible misuses?
Sure. In fact, we do publish material, that you can see, like research material that you can see in terms of the safety measures that we've put in place to train our foundation models, and that comes with a lot of detail about how we do this. So, we of course are doing red teaming to make sure that the models behave in a way that is appropriate. We also have a pretty strict, while it's open source, we do have a licensing regime that spells out the acceptable uses and what would not be acceptable. And so we both have this kind of licensing regime that puts kind of like a legal framework around what can be used, what it can be used for and what isn't. But we also, at the training, at the data training level, we do also make sure that we are training it in a way that yields the productive results, and we also do a lot of red teaming. Third thing I would say, of course, is that actually, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, and I think we've seen with many different models from many different companies, despite a lot of the work in safety and security across the industry, the models may still, do things that are unexpected or unfortunate or problematic, and we've seen that in other cases. And there, I would say, open source is actually helpful, because if it happened to an open source model, and Meta is not the only one that's making open source models available, to be clear, but if it's an open source model, it's pretty, I think, for the community to understand very quickly where the challenges are is relatively easier. If it's a closed or proprietary model, where only the company itself knows what went into the training of the model, then actually for others to inspect and understand why something may have happened is much harder, and you're largely dependent on the company who owns the proprietary model. So I would actually say that in some cases, or in many respects, the third benefit, or the third way to think about safety is, in fact, if you have the community scrutinizing this very closely, which you would have with an open source model, you actually should get better security outcomes, which actually, by the way, is consistent with the history of open source. I'm not talking about AI models. I'm talking about like previous generations of software technology. We see that open source tends to yield better security benefits over time.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for sharing your knowledge and your thoughts with us.
Sure, I didn't hear the clapping, but I saw people clapping,
yes,
so I think maybe my time is up.
We were clapping again. Thank you very much. Very generous from you to share all your comments. Thank you for the questions, by the way, very good ones from the fellows. And thank you for joining us, and have a nice day and nice weekend, and we may meet somewhere in the world or online. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation.
Bye.
Very good questions.
We have only two. While we wait for the next panel, I will show you a message sent by Oscar León, the General Coordinator from the Telecommunications Committee, CITEL, Executive Secretariat from the AEOS. Basically, they are all government regulators. CITEL from Panama, very recently, 2 weeks ago, and Oscar has sent us a message. We have had 2 meetings from the AOS in 2016 and 18. They were very nice meetings with a lot of attendance. Oscar Mesano is our Argentinian winter. Is the president of the working team from training and human training. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank for this invitation. It is a pleasure for us to be here and to explain briefly our ideas of what is happening and the financing of CON, some details of what has been happening in this organization in Americas as only one region. I'm going to share screen first and foremost. What is the CITEL? Maybe for the ones that they don't know what it is part of the OAS. And last year we celebrated our 30 years since it was created. It was a specialized organization, and the technology and for the information. They promote the coordination, development of TIC in Americas, and in general to make an efficient use of these mechanisms in order to develop economically and socially the countries of this region. The main objectives that we are dealing with within the committees, the consultative committees, which are two, and one within that process, we have communication ideas about communication, and we are working on some projects that are oriented directly to mitigate the gap. And through these initiatives and resolutions, we hope to mitigate that digital gap.
In this way, in connection with technical standards, promoting that we have new technologies entering the development of these countries. Something important that we bring to the table is not only to make decisions or recommendations, but additionally to have technical guidelines to help countries implement these recommendations that we made. Those guidelines established throughout the region. And in line with these processes, we make recommendations that are specific of studying, modifying policies in line with what is required in every single country where there's technical assistance. Within this process, we need to advocate the position, some agreements that are made in 35 countries of the Americas, 33 of which are participating. We are considering that in these regions, we have committees, we have delegates from the OAS, the Organization of American States, and associate members. That is the industry that is represented by corporations that are providing satellite, telephony, mobile or cellular services. And there are other platform providers such as Meta, Facebook, Google, among others, satellite companies, other consultant firms, and we have 102 members incorporated, and these are the stakeholders. So we can ensure to deal with these topics. That would be spectrum allocation, preventing piracy of contents, and understanding the regulatory framework in line with the needs of digital transformation across the Americas. If we see this from the point of view of how well we are represented in the ITU in the Americas, as you can see in the map, we are going to see how we divide it in three regions. We have Region 2, that is the Americas. And precisely in November or December in Dubai, we held the Radio 23, that it was the World Summit, and held great discussions and topics. And we have 289 IAPs, Inter-American proposals. And this is a mechanism by which we had the agreements in the regions that need to be advocated in other regions. In Europe, the Russian Confederation, the Asia Pacific area, among other regions, and 86.25% of these proposals that we carried were part of the regulation of broadcastings that could be applicable across the world. If we analyze what is happening in the region, it is important to indicate that we can have different sources, and the progress with fiber optic accounts for 56%. But despite the innovations with these households, we have a deficit of connectivity. However, some of the companies are leading this initiative, such as the networks in 5G, Brazil, Chile, and the Dominican Republic, that have excelled because of being the largest deployment of 5G across the region. And there are other countries that are having important projects of universal connectivity, especially those countries that they have larger territories, for example, Mexico, Brazil, Colombia. These countries are working along these lines to have communities connected, especially in those areas, remote areas, in poor, the most vulnerable sectors of society, and investments that are being made in the region through new technologies or systems seeking speeds or backup solutions that are higher or better than what we had in the past. And this effort or initiative is aimed at closing this digital divide. And we have many challenges ahead of us. And we're speaking about 38 or 40% of those that do not have connectivity because of these challenges. And this is because of the elevated cost of service, or that it's difficult to carry that infrastructure to those remote locations, or probably they are not aware of how this technology is going to be useful for them using these applications or mechanisms to reach connectivity. What were the efforts made for this purpose? Well, precisely was seeking recommendations. Here we have some statistics from different sources. Here we have Resolution 2966 adopted by the OAS with 21 guidelines that motivated updating policies and regulation in the region to ensure that these services, like fifth generation mobile or new technologies, or even the existing technologies, could get to remote places. This was reflected in the resolution, and that's why we have the uplines through consultative scopes that we have in CTEL. This is basically what the information that you're going to see in these topics, because you are dealing with advanced material, precisely what was achieved in the World Conference last year. Through regional proposals, let me tell you that we are defining and we are working on the spectrum frequency, not for 5G, because this was done before. This is advanced 5G and sixth generation. So through the World Radio Conference in 2023, we allocated frequency band or additional frequency band to the mobile service with a primary character exclusively dedicated to that service, and we identify other medium range bands for landlines or mobile services that are going to help not only the existing of 5G but also part of the development in the future of sixth generation. And 5G, advanced 5G is an updated version of what we had implemented so far, and that this is the possibility of having speeds that are better or better benefits through the use of this technology. So we're speaking that advanced 5G, in line with what was argued with manufacturers, I believe that they are going to have it ready in the market by the end of this year, and it's going to facilitate the drive to attain these speeds in certain specific zones or applications where they really need them. The 6 gigahertz band is not part of this band, is for EOT or for these sorts of implementations. And this local area network or radio are used for mixed reality and telemedicine of high-speed internet. So that is how through these mechanisms we may have access to metaverse and other topics like performing a surgery online, because we require bandwidth and important data that will require that we could use appropriately in 3D worlds that are imposed rendering, that we could use that speed and the bandwidth that we require. Another important thing is that we had a series of frequency bands that would allow to have on maritime issues and in flights to have communications during flights when you're crossing two continents or when you're crossing the Atlantic or an ocean, because this is to hold communications is very, very complex with restricted bandwidth, and you can be very successful with the allocation of these frequencies. And we're noting that from the point of view of security, in aeronautical services, the World Conference allocated a spectrum that is called VHF to the aeronautic mobile service via satellite and determine conditions to protect the existing use. What does it mean? Well, it means that we can retransmit communications that are landline to pilots through satellites that are not geostationary and will allow planes to be in contact with traffic controllers in other parts. It is important because sometimes it's not possible to locate the plane, and through an ongoing communication we can perform a follow-up on an ongoing basis. Additionally, we have the development process that was adopted with satellite communication systems. What we'll bring to the table? Well, to have satellite communications that in a way could ensure availability of data and instruments that are low latency that could help us with weather forecasts or disaster management mitigation, and to allow for more advanced satellite communication. And these satellites will provide us with land systems, and the communication of satellites will reduce the latency that we have nowadays. And multiple applications that will benefit from this, whether it is security, army, providing this ongoing communication or redundant communication to have access to information and to have the necessary mechanisms to observe land and to have larger transfers of data. These progress will be available soon, and the future topics would be addressed in the World Conference of 2027, where they are considered important elements defining other spectrum bands for mobile services. We have different bands: 1.4 gigas, 7 gigabytes, 14.0, 14.08, 15.35 gigahertz, and there are some other spaces that are important for satellite and links between space and space of different types of satellites in the 1.5, 1.6, and 2.4 gigahertz. Likewise, attributions were made to other frequency bands for non-geostationary satellites in mobile services at low speeds, that's for the Internet of Things. And likewise other bands for direct connectivity between mobile services through satellite and those equipment that we have for mobile systems. This is what happened in 4 weeks. During the conference, I cannot summarize so much information, however, is what we expect. This is the most relevant information that I have summarized, defining the spectrum for 5G, advanced 5G, having more coverage, follow-up, and security in between satellites, and to have better connectivity, not only for flights, but for voyages. This has been my presentation, and looking forward to being there in the future. Thank you. As I said, I hope to be in another edition. Thank you very much.
Aunque Oscar no nos vea,
Thank you very much. We have a super interesting panel here, right? This is going to be moderated by Raquel. Hello, Olga. Let me tell you that Raquel was a student of the first school that we held in 2009. And it was at a time that when we didn't have Google Translation. And she translated hand by hand into Portuguese. A pleasure to be here. She held important positions in Internet Society. She's working in NECBR now. Greetings from Adriano, Oscar, and from all the people coming from Brazil here. It's almost bilingual because we learn Portuguese from them and they learn Spanish from us. We are going to have a panel on how to participate in different spaces and diversity. Raquel, could you introduce the panelists? Perfect. Thank you, Olga. Not so long ago, we were saying that Portuñol is going to be the official language. I'll try to address my presentation with a combination of English, Spanish, and Portuguese, especially Spanish and Portuguese. We have a national holiday here in Brazil. It's a pleasure to moderate once again a panel in the SSIG with Carolina Brandao, Benda Cardesine, Julian Manuel, and Harold Arcos that is joining us soon. While I call them, I'm going to say who these people are. This is a panel on the opportunities for inclusive participation in virtual spaces of ICANN and ITU. I think we learn on the topics and the inclusion spaces, and right now we would like to say what to do, how to participate. This is the next step while people are becoming more acquainted with internet governance. So it is great to hear from those that are leading these processes and at the same time they're open for welcoming even more people. I would like to start with Carolina Brandam, that is the founder of the DNS Women. She works for the Telecommunication International Institute or Union for the Americas. Carolina, it's great to have you here. Could you tell us something about the ITU in order to promote the inclusion of women and girls who are in technology?
Hola Raquel. Ver, ya tenemos, ok.
Hello, good afternoon. I would like to welcome the organizers for giving me the chance and for everybody to lead this initiative for the Americas. It's a great opportunity to talk about the ITU activities and to promote how women are going to be involved in these technologies. I know that a launching is coming, so I will stick to the agenda.
Y pido disculpas por mi.
I apologize because I speak Portuguese. Hopefully, the translators can translate this mixture of languages.
Donde
where we discuss a text about gender equality. This is a leader organization in gender equality, and we use technologies as tools for both gender empowerment and to implement strategies and motivates girls and kids in environments dominated by men, mitigating the gender gap. This is an approach with zero commitment and multisectorial in education and technologies. Before we speak about our activities that promote participation of girls and women in new technologies, let's talk about the gender gap. In the next slide, I would like to show a comprehensive vision. The potential of internet must be egalitarian, and here it is interrupted, but there are 2,600 million people that are not connected nowadays, mainly kids and children and women, and mainly in developing countries, which creates a specific need to support equality of gender in the international community. Very few people use internet compared with the percentage of women using that. in 2020, in comparison with 86% in the developed countries. In most countries with great gender gap, there it also happens in mobile phones, given that this is the main media with internet access. The gender gap can be very influential in the use of and the empowerment of all girls and women. In the next slide, we would like to show how the inclusion of women can benefit the technological industry and society in general. So what are the benefits of the technology industry? Diversity. Women contribute with different approaches, which can lead to more creative environments. The development of goods and services can be also benefited from that diversity, more innovation, companies can develop goods and services and enter new markets. And it is essential talking about the technological industry, which is a very, very competitive sector, including women and talent is essential in a sector that has a specialization shortage. What are the benefits for society in general? The mitigation of women inclusion in technology will mitigate the gap in incomes, for example, which contributes to higher social and economical equality. The developed technology by a diverse force can be more accessible and inclusive and will enhance the solving of marginalization. Inclusion of women in technological industry is a moral issue and also a boost for innovation, economic growth, and social betterment. How our organization has contributed to this. We are working in order to improve, create awareness and include women, ICT, digital abilities. The job of the is the integration of an approach based on gender equality and women empowerment through technologies, information technologies, and communication, as well as policies and actions in the mainstream. The second objective about the strategic plan of the, in the Agenda 2030, there is an objective in order to reach gender equality in mobile phones. Over the years, we have led initiatives in order to include more closely in order to help girls and women to be included in economies and societies and to ensure internal processes with the goal of getting to models of gender equality. We have the International Day, which is an emblem in order to encourage women and girls to e-
Participar.
And they have participated in different celebrations in different countries around the world. We also have the Equus Association, also part of the ITU, part of the UN, and they place women in the center of international commerce. And they started in 2016 and got together more than 100 different actors from the public and private sector to ensure that all women around the world could reach and improve those leadership roles, and they could participate in the digital economy. This organization organizes the ICOS Awards, annual awards to celebrate projects and initiatives to celebrate the participation of women and children around the world and to close the gap. Together with the improved framework AES and the Service Office for the Projects of the United Nations, they are trying to improve access to digital technologies and to develop these tools for women in less developed countries. Ethiopia and the Americas, we have Haiti, and the aim, the main goal is to improve the political role and also improve the government's capacity to integrate women. So we can improve economical opportunities, professional opportunities of all women in across all ages, particularly those in working ages. So we also have workshops, as like for example the African Girls Can Cope. We also have in the Girls Can Cope. The objective is to empower young women and women to create, design, so they can act as a model. And we also have an online community to share different experiences. We also have the mentoring program for women, which tries to inspire and empower women. We also have the pilot program, which is open to African women, and in Saudi Arabia they work in cybersecurity, and other women who would like to enter this field. There are other initiatives. So, for example, Cisco Eco's learning program, which is free, and it will train people in cybersecurity, enterprise, the Internet of Things, among others. We have a World Summit about Information Society, which plays a special importance in digital environments. Please, let's go to the next slide. And what are the current challenges? What are the main challenges that we need to overcome to guarantee inclusion of women in technology? So despite the advances that we have made, there's still a gap in science and technology. Women and children have less probabilities to enter these fields because there is still gender inequality and lack of models to follow. So there's discrimination lack of models, limited access to some resources. So, so often women have less access to some resources, but male colleagues might have access and they might limit their innovation capacity. So what's the vision for the future? So the ITU have created initiatives, as I mentioned before, to increase the participation and naming female delegates, as well as creating study groups, increasing publications, and we're very committed with a plan to interact and improve women in work in this sector. So we have implemented um, the responsibility, precision and integration, so all the personnel in this organization can include and also improve the quality of work for all. We have also contributed to the United Nations of the Internet of Things, including women in governmental forums. And we are planning to continue with these initiatives to include more children and women and include tutorials and education.
Mentor programs, programs of gender equality, DAOs, recognition, global initiatives. With these goals, we seek to create a more egalitarian sector where women can contribute to innovation and global growth. I thank you for this opportunity. In the last slide, next slide, I am willing to answer any questions that you may have. The programs of ILO have advanced a lot in terms of inclusion of women and girls in more than we have to mention the contribution of Doreen Merton, who is the first woman presiding this organization. So these are little but firm strides. So it is a pleasure for me to move on to the next speaker, who is already participating in the program NS Women of ICANN and other women programs regarding internet governance. So it is a pleasure to give the floor to her. Thank you very much, and I hope that you like my presentation. Carolina has already participated. She worked in Telebras here in Brazil a long time ago. For me, it's been more than 40 years working in telecommunications. But the conditions have changed a lot in terms of women participation. We have a general director who is a woman. Could you move on to the next slide, please? What is our mission? It is to increase the number of women who participate in DNS industry, especially where the access is limited and where men are the majority in general. And our work is to connect professional women and offer opportunities to other women who can work jointly. We have worked a lot and we have created new opportunities. Actually, because being at home sometimes help women to access to professional environments who cannot face the infrastructure for bringing up children and provide them the opportunity of practicing sports. This is a great limit. So having an opportunity of working at home can be very beneficial for women. This presentation can be distributed to all the participants in order to provide them with all the information. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is us in 2009. In ICANN, we were very few women, especially in relevant positions. And we had the difficulty of participating in this business world. So we got together and started this activity in June 2009 in Sydney. Next slide. We served breakfast, cocktails in meetings, and we had 24 events in 5 continents. Now, 374 registered women in 69 countries. We have 70 countries, 9 chapters in different places, like Isla Cook in Cook Island, Sydney, Washington, India. So we are continuously growing, and we are replicating this model in other countries. We have many sponsors. We are deeply grateful to them. But most importantly is that, please the pictures in the next slide. Here there's an approach. We have a picture of Buenos Aires long time ago. We have been in Singapore 5 times. Also last year in Washington. in Morocco 4 times. So there is a world out there, and we had the opportunity of including women from these regions, from universities, engineering, and mathematics schools. So we have a diverse participation. Please, next slide, please. What have we done? The first thing we did is to distribute chapters in the women participation, sellers, for example. It may sound old-fashioned, but for example, beauty products. And also the names of domains. It gives opportunities of low-income countries. This activity may help with resources for women who are not highly skilled, with little training, and it was easy to implement. With a more technical base, we were providers of internet access and other kinds of training that we provided around the world. Then we worked with data protection initiatives, universal acceptance, security, visibility of ICANN, and the introduction of businesses, which also offer job opportunities for women who were following us and were participating of our meetings, as it has always happened in ICANN. We are open to the world through the internet. So we always have an international participation when in-presence activities are not possible. We have worked widely. We are working with young people to show them how much they can contribute with mathematics and engineering, especially through the internet. This was our last discussion. Next slide. This is simply some statistics. We have some polls. This is the second semester of this year, and comparing between 40 and 50 women in companies have been the most important number of showing the participation of women in business. They are lawyers, business women, technical staff. In ICANN, we have lots of technicians. Next slide. We are many professionals working here. This is not the reality of the world, but it is indeed the reality within ICANN. in every government and private businesses. This may not be the case, but in 2015 we have the highest participation. We hope that next times we can have a more balanced or a more balanced participation. ITF, ITU, these more technical areas are related to the internet. One more. I would like to draw your attention about new models because one of our women, Kathy Kleiman, was one of the who contributed inventing the she was a teacher of mathematics as a primary school. At that time, women were absolutely ignored. And Kathy managed to find their memories. Some others were interviewed. This was a great contribution that served us as a model. In the city, we are working on seeking women who are contributing to the internet, carrying out interviews of these women in order to maintain to register the history of the women participation in the internet. These are our latest data. In the US, had 25% to 28% in computing and mathematics, and the participation of we are now over the 30% in the average participation in ICANN. It used to be the 29%, and the latest figures throw 33%. So we are making an important difference in order to bring women to our institution. In these polls, we have new chapters, and this year we reached India, and we are seeking for some others. Expansion of statistics, training, data protections, cybersecurity. And we are preparing a webinar for women this semester, and we are planning to publish on our website all content that we couldn't find the time to translate into all languages. So we are going to conclude, and I'd like to thank to all the present fellows there. The membership is very easy to perform. She is a very geek. He's a geek. So if you have any questions and want to participate, you are very welcome.
Thank you so much for this inclusive work and for your presentation. You have inspired us all and you have inspired more women so more women can join. But I want to say that that men are also welcome and they can all participate. Of course they can participate. They might not be able to become a member, but they can participate. And there are many who are already participating. And don't forget that you can flirt a little bit if you wish. And that you're all invited. And you can join us at 10:45 on the 13th of June, 10:45 a.m. We will be waiting for you to join us. So now I would like to introduce another part of ICANN, which is the users, and it's one of the constituencies that you have already heard in the school. So now we have Harold Arcus. Harold, can you hear us? I know you were on video, but it had to be removed. Do you think you could rejoin us? Hi, hello Raquel. Hello. I just turned my camera off for not to have issues with the signal later. So thank you for joining. I just wanted to introduce you. So Harold is the Vice President of La Crala. Oh, so now you're the President. I'm sorry. I did not have the right information. So Mr. President of Aclaro, please, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, as I always say to the school, is great, the project and the work that you do. We all know how difficult it is to organize a panel, and it's a very complex organization, an event that could open the spaces and open the debate, and that after professionals and students from different areas, from technology, law, computing, can access. Carry out one single activity is difficult, so imagine how difficult it is to carry out so many wide activities for over 16 years. So it is incredible to have this space, and we are glad that all the communities are keep active in this field. And also want to congratulate Raquel because and everyone has been participating for so many years. And it is a privilege to count with the community of ICANN. So was in Hamburgo, in Hamburg, as a president. Some of you might wonder, what is this? How is it that users of internet have a space within a global organization that is so important as ICANN? Within ICANN, there is a model which is called the multi-state model, multi-stakeholder model. And everyone can participate in negotiation of domains and every part that forms the ecosystem of the internet. So anyone can have a space to participate, governments as well. Let's remember, or let me put you in context. this regional organization of internet users from Latin America and the Caribbean. That is the organization that is within the organization, like ILS. What are the ILS? Every one of you who's listening today or is connected because you are interested to know more about the ecosystem and the internet governance at a global scale. But you might think, well, where is that? So each one of you, to some degree, we are final users, end users. But for example, an internet provider might also be an end user and might have to deal with all the infrastructure. I might have all of the infrastructure, but it wouldn't work without the internet. And if there's no one who guarantees the well functioning of the internet, it wouldn't work. So we, the citizens, as individuals, we cannot compare as well with a company that depends on the internet. So end users, although we're all end users at the end of the day, they're also individual users. Your mother, your aunt, your uncle, your brother, and some might have more knowledge than others. So the researchers, the engineers, so for example, Raquel, Wanda, we do have more light into these topics. But remember, knowledge also gives you power. And that comes with a huge responsibility. So as citizens, you can participate within the internet governance. And I would say you must participate because that need of participating in those issues that might affect your country, and each time there's a more and more awakening of this need of participation. We need to participate in the policies. Internet allow us to participate in the policies that will form this ecosystem. How do we do this in each region? Europe, in the Pacific, Asia, North America, Africa. North America also considered within ICANN as a region in Latin America and the Caribbean, from Mexico to Patagonia. We have different areas, different regionals of users. And those regional organizations of Latin American and Caribbean, LAC for the is the acronym. So you all have the opportunity to participate. But how? The first thing would be to get in touch with the regional area of managers of where you are. So in Latin America, we would have websites of the LAC community, and we also have ICANN, where you can enter and say and search. And I'm going to try to share it right now. So you can see it in the chat. So you can just click there, and we all know the work of the school, so it's not lack of contact, but this could be very handy for you to have. So most of the wonderful panels that we had, you could find them there, and this is always separated and segregated in this geography. And this segregation is based in the geographical areas in the region. So you can obtain a lot of information by entering in your region. So the green region is our region, Mexico from Patagonia. And you can simply write to us and say, I would like to participate as an end user. How can I join a mail list? Or how can I participate? Well, email. Email is one of the main tools that we have to participate, and you'll be included in mail lists with information. Well, I'm new. For example, I need more information. How do I put myself forward to participate of the program? There is a scholarship program, and every time there is a general meeting of ICANN, there, but you need to allow plenty of time because there will be a call, so anyone can write to us and tell us why they would like to participate. So each person who's participated has a great advantage because it's the entry. It's already accessing knowledge and being in touch with the internet governance ecosystem, having the basic knowledge, and that's the importance. That's being one step ahead. Then, of course, there's a form to complete, and you could apply for a scholarship. The selective process is quite diverse. And what's the meeting that we're talking about? So there are 3 meetings a year. In the first semester in March, then in June, and then at the end of the year, which is the EM, which is the general annual meeting. It could be in September, it could be in October. So those meetings are presential. But during the whole year, throughout the year, there are working meetings which are online. We've got a Zoom meeting in which every time we have discussions over global policies of internet governance. So anyone who's interested has the doors open to participate. So please pay attention to the website and also to social media. And when the program opens, please apply. And if you are successful, you will be invited to the annual meeting, to the presential meeting, and you'll also be able to participate the scholarship program that will take by the hand to all professionals so they can closely know all of the mechanisms of policy development, and you will be joining teamworks related to this topic. That's very important, how you enter. If you can apply to the scholarship system, is a great way to enter. So back to the regional, from Mexico to Patagonia, we want to integrate our perspective, our gender perspective. So we can say that we have taken small steps. So historically, we didn't have a rota. Of course, it's a big, great region. There wasn't a rotation. We're worried to have a gender equality or balance. So the roles of leadership, for example, the one I'm currently in, there were only 2, the Secretariat and Presidency. Today, we have Secretariat, Vice Secretariat, Vice President, and President. Are we still on time? Do we still have time? So that modification had a huge impact. It was incredibly important. And we understood that we need to find that balance in terms of criteria. However, at a global level, there is a high number of participation, women's participation, but it's not reflected in leadership. And that's not because women cannot be leaders, or not because they don't have the capacity. That's not the case. They have all of the skills and abilities, same as masculine gender. It's a mechanism that historically persisted, and all of us who work in this area, we know that one of the first barriers that we need to overcome is to set the basis of any organization. And it has to be a written report. But also we have a cultural barrier in which also the groups of women who are leaders, they might display in the eyes of the men leadership that there is something suspicious. Men might say, no, but she's not coming because she hasn't got the experience. She's not joining because her experience is not long enough. However, there are men who might get the job without the experience. So we need to overcome this cultural barrier. But this debate, these arguments in the masculine dynamics might be a common topic. And this is not only related with technology, this happens across every field and every research we have carried out, we have discovered similar outcomes. And the second obstacle is the cultural one. And some organizations cannot overcome this barrier. So we do urge, we call everyone to use the space generated for participation. But we also have to be very alert as professionals, as human beings, to this debate in which we might justify mechanisms that actually close participation to others. They close participation to any new person who wants to get into the field, women, men, but as an organization, at the same time we do say, oh, but we need new people, but we don't really comply with what we say. But then those cultural mechanisms that coexist, and as leaders, we need to be very alert, because if that happens within our organizations, we must not follow or consolidating a cultural mechanism that doesn't belong to us. It's old-fashioned. It needs to evolve. So in this technology field and gender equality, I think it's crucially important to consider this, and we leave it to debate. So the participation icon mechanism is relatively easy, and the participation spaces and the doors are open to participate in spaces like this. One example, and just to close, is not a project from RAL, it's an example of one organization, which is, as I mentioned, that has individuals, has technicians, researchers. You look to participate, you can join people in your country of origin, and you can register as users organizations, and that is called within the organization a structure. And you are registered in that country, so you can participate within the organization, so you can participate as an individual or as a group of individuals. A classic example is what we all know, the LS of Adrian, Olga. They've been participating for many, many years, and they have found how they can contribute from their work and their perspective, and they even have won awards from UNESCO, among other organizations. They had more than 2,000 votes, and they have recently won an award from an interregional organization. It's a project in which they have been working for over 16 years. So they have maintained for over that time a space for participation, debate, and many of ICANN leaders who today are actively participating in ICANN, many of the panels have have started with a small organization. So this is an example, a very clear example of how much you can do as an individual or as an organization or a group of individuals. Thank you, Raquel, and I'm very grateful to be in the panel. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Olga, Adrian, and all of the participants who won the award. Thank you for your excellent work. And I'm going to introduce the next panel, and I'm sorry, I need to apologize that we are running behind. I don't want to put pressure, but he's one of my friends, Juan Manuel Rojas. We have coincided in many spaces, in scholarships and fellows in this world, but Juan is going to talk about a different space of ICANN, which is the generic name support and organization. Juan, let's go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Raquel. Thank you, everyone, for this invitation. And in this case, is we ICANN has two big groups. It is a support organization. Basic realities are in the support processes and also a structure. First, we discuss policies that have to do with generic domains, with
And we started with generic names like .ar, .br, but those are the ones that allow us to have a more personalized domain like .info. So that was discussed there, and the policies were created there as well. So within the GNSO, so that's almost like the ICANN parliament, because that's where we make decisions and we approve the policies that were discussed in the forums. And we can address if it's viable or not, because within that organization we also have big companies like Google, from internet providers, from the registrars and registries. I go back to the sorry, I always go back to the acronyms. But also we have one space for e-commerce users. So, for example, Mark, who I think I've seen in the panel or in the audience, I think he's there. He also participates in the GNCO. I form part of a small group, the non-commercial stakeholder group, and at the moment I'm the chair of the group that non-profit organization for citizens, and it's also non-commercial stakeholders. I haven't mentioned everyone, but in the GNCO, it's something that generates important debates, and that's a huge space that you can reach through an application, just like Harry said. Any organization could be part of another space within ICANN. So, for example, they can join one of the constituencies if you are interested in working with businesses in internet or intellectual property constituency, and the non-commercial users, that's where I work. And we can say that in that space, everyone could join, and the participation is very diverse in terms of gender and age. So one of the main barriers for the Latin American people is that a lot of people cannot speak English, or they might do, but not as they would like to, and all of the conversations take place in English language. So many people might not be able to participate due to the language barrier. Harry mentioned the fellow program, but there's also an inclusion program which is called I Can Learn, which is the Academy of I Can, where anyone can do a course in Spanish, or we can learn what is GNCO is, what are the different committees are, and with those courses we can understand the ICANN structure. So we got the GNTO, where we discuss the codes of different countries. We got the security stability, and that's a root server. And all of those are linked with all different working groups. But there's also a representation of each group or constituency. So we can name that secretariat or that board that finally will make the decisions whether they approve or not some policies. And currently we are discussing various topics within this organization. For example, the new applicants program for the new round of TLDs, and we're discussing how this organization could help the applicants, or might actually obtain an economical benefit. On what type of organization could it be? So that's just only one of the many discussions and debates we're having in our team. And any of you is invited to participate. And you can also join us as an observer, because you might want to participate, but you might not know enough about the subject, but you can observe, and that way you'll be able to understand and learn what the organization is about and what the work group is for, and the dynamic that we have. So like Harold mentioned, so the initial discussions or debates, when all of us are in our countries, we actually use mails to communicate. So that's how we communicate and participate, but we also have presential spaces that we do have 3 times a year. So, for example, we are going to meet in Rwanda very shortly, I think next week. So there we do have all those participation spaces, and just to round it all up, and we can take some questions if you're not sleeping by now. Thank you very much.
We have run out of time, so talking about the organization, Carolina has also shared her contact, and your questions will be very welcome in this contact. Thank you very much to the panel for participating. For those who are in Brazil, now it is a holiday. And above all, for bringing your view of those who are part of ICANN and showing us that this is an inclusive participation. Olga, the floor is yours again. No, don't leave because we have questions. Of course, we are always good afternoon. Rosa Merlin from Mexico. I think it is key to discuss and reflect about digital gap and the women role everywhere in the world. So I think it is key talking about the women empowerment and how they are incorporated in objectives, goals, in organizations like ICANN, ILO. And in that sense, for me it is key not to observe women as an objective, an object, but as a key role, a key participant in economy, and how they can reach equality, because it is something to be overcome mainly in Latin America, and women cannot be considered as a homogeneous population. It's not the same talking about black woman who lives in the jungle than a black woman who lives in an urban area. We need methodologies and programs that incorporate a higher percentage of women. Where can they exercise this kind of professions, and with decision-making positions to create development, innovation. Otherwise, it seems that we see technology as magic, which leads us to development. What are the approaches and methodologies used in these programs, in these policies, in order to mitigate or reduce that digital gap? Before answering, I would like to say that and encourage women to be applicants and apply for every opportunity they have. Because when I was younger, a lot of positions were offered to women, but women didn't apply. So I encourage them to do so. My question is for Vanda, but also it is a general question. Some things are necessary. I'm sorry, I am from Brazil. First, I'd like to talk about an initiative taking place in Brazil regarding black people, women, and from the internet governance in the Amazon. We want to extend the participation of women in the north of Brazil who are included in these fields, and people who work with digital or topics regarding internet. And we would like to broaden this participation. So if someone is online, as a reply to this, we have extended the debate about these topics Spaces like this, I have perceived very low diversity in fields like this. So we need to broaden that diversity with different perspectives, because black people were not very frequently included in these spaces. So I would like to think and to reflect how much we can advance and make progress in that multi-sector environment, because it depends on who are hiring those corporations. In general, women are the least included in government, in corporations. They are usually men. So those positions are limited to men. So can we broaden that multi-sectorial invitation to women? When we invite organizations, we cannot make it clear that they can be men, women, black or white. It is not possible to make it clear. And sometimes people think, or women think, that they cannot apply because they will not be chosen. In fact, in my career, I have missed, or I have lost many opportunities because the fact I was a woman. But in other occasions, I could get them. Olga, your experience is very valuable. I have experienced something similar from my lawyer position. We need to understand how to access to those leadership positions. I would like to thank and start with questions. This is a very simple question for all of you. When we started, we only had white, professional, high-skilled women. But nowadays, we have hundreds of Africans, women with low professional development, because we started with this inclusive approach. I would like to have more information. I have provided my email address, so if you haven't had it yet, you can copy it and you can send me all the materials, because in my opinion it is very, very interesting. I have been talking with other people about this, how to include native groups. For me, it is very, very interesting to approach the black people problematic, because I have a black grandchildren, so my family is very diverse. So different personal situations, especially those implying women who are black, Indian, women who look different and can fall into very biased judgment. Most of the interviews, in most of the interviews, women with a different appearance are fall so I would like to provide my contact in order to expand women participation in the north area and in ICANN. Carol, so reducing this gender gap not only requires policies, but also the underlying causes like education, jobs, technology, and participation in these fields. I think that these approaches can be more effective when they are approached jointly and coordinated. And the collaboration among governments and NGOs, private sector, civil society is key in order to reduce gender gaps in a more sustainable way. Thank you, Carolina. Juan Manuel? Thank you, Raquel. I would like to add that is very important for me is that actually the ICANN CEO is a woman, and she's all, I don't remember her surname, but but the most important positions of ICANN are held by women. The fellowship is absolutely inclusive. Many years ago, there was a pilot program for all communities. At present, most applicants are from Africa. But the problem is that they are very, very few. So it is that we don't apply because we think we are not going to be chosen. So it is important to encourage everyone to apply. Olga is in Argentina, Mark, and I am here in Latin America together with Osvaldo and two people in GNZO, now Mark and Bruno. We also have low participation regionally in ICANN. So we would like to expand not only the gender participation, but also the regional participation. We want to expand geographical participation because we have many Africans working in Latin America and we are open to offer places for everybody. Thank you, Juan Manuel. I think that Harold has also shared his email address. you can you can send your questions. It is important to consider that significant connectivity and, the significant participation must reach all Latin America and must be very representative in the field. And we invite them to get involved in these mechanisms in order to reach leadership positions. Different forms of diversity have been mentioned. All of them must be included. The floor is yours again, and we apologize again for the delay. Thanks, Raquel, and all the panel. It was excellent. I hope to see you anywhere in the world, in presence or online. And we send a virtual hug from this room.
Adiós.
Ciao.
Abrazos.
Ciao, ciao.
Muchas gracias.
2:30. We have 45 minutes in order to have lunch.
Hola, 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 hola.
Belén, hola. Vamos, gente, ¿me cerrán la puerta, por favor? Shh, silencio. Poder.
We have a very interesting presentation by John. John Crane is a very important, high specialized ICANN technician or engineer. He has installed internet service across the world. He knows a lot about engineering. He's low key in ICANN. He is very generous with his knowledge. He's going to be addressing his talk in English. Yes. John, are you here? And later we will hear from Oscar Mesano. Lucas. John, are you there?
No llueve ni nieva, como decían que el fin de semana pasado iba a nevar. ¿Estamos? Okay. John, are you there? Hi, John.
Good morning, buenos
Hello,
dias.
how are you? How are you?
I am
Welcome.
good, thank you.
I don't see you, but I can hear your voice. You're in
Okay, I am on video, so
in the outer space.
strange voices from the internet.
So, John is in Hi, John. Nice to see you virtually. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you very much. I know you have a very busy schedule, but I met John here in Buenos Aires last year, and he said, I cannot do Brazil, north of Brazil, but I want to be present in your next school if my schedule allows it, and he has found a spot in his busy schedule. Today he's in Los Angeles, so it's morning there, right? So it's 4 hours less than here. So thank you very much. We have a very diverse group of students from here in the room from all Latin America, with quite important participation from Brazilian colleagues and all the rest of the countries. And virtually we have from all over the world. And just, I know that you will like this. On Tuesday, we were awarded by a WSIS prize by the TU, the Telecommunications United Union. So we are very happy for that. And this is the 16th edition. And I was telling the fellows that you have installed internet servers in how many countries?
Many.
Say it. I know it's a
I
very
don't know.
impressive number.
Many.
Many.
I mean,
all over the world. So thank you very much for being with us. Do you want us to show your presentation, or you want to?
I have it, I can control it.
So the floor is yours, and thank you again very much. And will you go to Kigali?
I will not.
Oh,
unfortunately, I have other business elsewhere, so unfortunately I will not see you in Kigali.
Okay. We will meet in another meeting.
We will. Well, next time I have to get to Brazil or back to Argentina.
Okay, welcome. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, firstly, congratulations on the award. I did see that on LinkedIn and various other places on the internet. Well deserved. Thank you, everybody, for giving me this time. I apologize that I do not speak Spanish. I have no excuse. Mi esposa es mexicana, so I should speak Spanish, but I don't. So I will go ahead in English. Okay, let's see if and now my slide is not changing. Oh, yes, it is. Just a little slow. So I am John Crane. I am ICANN's Senior Vice President and Chief Technology Officer. The Office of the Chief Technology Officer inside ICANN is a small-ish group of people with an interesting mission. So you probably thought I was going to come and talk about ICANN policy forums and all the policy processes, but I suspect, being as this is a school on internet governance, that you've already heard plenty about that and would rather not hear any more. So what I will do is I will talk a little bit about some of the technical things, not just in the office of the CTO, but across ICANN, and some of the topics that we deal with. Definitely not a complete set of topics, because there are literally hundreds of projects and thousands of different things happening at ICANN, but I'll talk about some of the ones that either I personally find interesting or I think that you might find interesting. And I will try to finish in time to leave plenty of time for questions. So the Office of the CTO was set up really as a think tank. The ability to learn and share knowledge about the identifier systems, and you'll note I will often use the word identifier systems, not the domain name system, because while it is important, it is most definitely not the only identifier we use on the internet. And our job is to learn about these, to do discovery about new emerging technologies, etc., or the existing ones, and share that information with the broader community. So that's basically what my job is. I lead those efforts inside the organization. I also am responsible for the oversight of the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, which is part of ICANN, and I will get to that in a minute. So the first thing you need to know about ICANN is we are governed by bylaws. We're an organization. We have a set of bylaws, and those bylaws basically tell us what our mandate is and what we do. And some of the things I'll talk about are actually in those bylaws. So the URL that we have here, if you want to understand ICANN, first try and understand the bylaws themselves. I'm not going to go into the bylaws. I am not a lawyer. I would not do that to you. So, but basically what it says is that ICANN is dedicated to maintaining the security, stability, resilience of the internet's system of unique identifiers. There's that term again, not domain names, unique identifiers. And part of that is to promote the trust of the users in those systems, and where we can to strengthen those systems. So people will often talk about ICANN, and they will talk about the internet, and ICANN is responsible for the internet, but that's actually incorrect. What ICANN is responsible for is those unique identifier systems, the domain name system, IP addresses, and thousands of others. So what we're trying to do when we're dealing with security, stability, and resilience is promote an approach where we prevent issues, raising awareness of threats, trying to tackle those threats, mitigate threats through information. So we share a lot of information with the community, with security companies, with operators of the DNS or other identifier systems, routing, etc. We try and adopt and promote best practices in doing this. We do, especially in the Office of the CTO, we do a lot of analysis of data sets and looking at the ecosystem and trying to understand what is happening. And most importantly, we try and promote transparency and collaboration. The internet is built on trust, right? It is something that people have to trust if they're going to use it. So we try and live that, if you like. So I'm going to come back to this slide at the end as well. This one's important. This sort of tells you the core functions of what ICANN does. We coordinate the allocation of names and numbers. Right? So that's domain names, but it's also many IP addresses and also autonomous system numbers and many others. For the domain name space, we coordinate the development and implementation of policies. That's where the policy stuff comes in. So most of the policy work you will see at an ICANN meeting is about generic top-level domains and the DNS. And we facilitate some of the coordination of the operation of the root name server system. I'll come back to that in a little bit. And we also not just talk about names and numbers, but we also talk about protocol numbers, autonomous systems, routers. When I talk to about the IANA, I'll talk a little bit more. And most importantly as well is we collaborate with other bodies. ICANN does not do this alone. We are not some oversight regulatory body that runs the internet. And you will see people make that mistake and think that ICANN does a lot of stuff it does not do. And we coordinate pretty much everything we do with many of our partners in the ecosystem. The internet is a network of networks, and even the governance of, for example, the identifier systems is not done by one organization. It is done across the internet by many organizations. And you'll have heard of some of these organizations. You'll see some of them on the sponsorship list for this very conference you're at. So we have our what we call our technical partners. These are people that really do have a lot of work in the development and the distribution of protocols and parameters. You see, I don't know if we see LACNIC on here. Yes, there we do. LACNIC is down near the bottom. That's a regional internet registry for Latin America and the Caribbean. You'll also see there's one in Europe. You'll see ourselves on there. You'll also see organizations like the Internet Engineering Task Force, the root server operators, W3C, the World Wide Web Consortium. So there are a lot of different organizations that are involved in this. It's not purely an ICANN thing. There's many, many organizations that help to make the internet run. And this is just a small portion of them. If I was to put everybody on this slide, we need a screen 5,000 feet wide. There are so many people involved. And we work with other organizations that you may be less familiar with if you're in the governance circle. The Anti-Phishing Working Group, we are a member. They are working against phishing. The Internet Governance Forum we participate in. We get involved with WIPO. Obviously, the Internet Society, one of the sponsors of this organization. So there are a lot of partner organizations, our colleagues and our peers in this world that we work with. Let me talk about some of the things that ICANN works on. Some of the tasks, if you like, that ICANN does. So here's an overview of some of them, and I'm going to go into some of them in a little more detail. Obviously, we talked about the DNS, the domain name system, and the policy development that goes with that. IMRS, I will come back to this, the ICANN Managed Root Server. A lot of support for growing the community. We have things like fellowships programs and next-gen programs, and we try and introduce a lot of newcomers into our policy forums. But we also do a lot of education and capacity building outside the ICANN meetings with others that we would like to see more active in the ecosystem. I'm not going to go through all of these. I'm going to skip down. So I'm going to talk about the first one, the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority. So I don't know how many of you have heard of this organization, but this function, this registry of protocols, etc., actually predates ICANN. The IANA was part of the discussion of why ICANN was founded 25 years ago. It was founded in many ways to provide a home for this function and for a place where we could have a multi-stakeholder international discussion about the policies for things like the DNS. So this is a really critical function, if not the most critical function, in my opinion, of what ICANN does. So we have an affiliate called PTI. It's a legal construct, but you could think of this as a department within inside the organization. The department reports up to me, and they keep databases. Basically, that's what they do. They keep thousands of databases that enable us to have a single correct registry of various protocol parameters. The most commonly known one of those is, of course, the domain name system. You may have heard of the root zone. You could think of the root zone as a database. It is a file with a set of characters, a set of data that point to particular objects, those objects being TLDs. So they have information about the top level domains. IP addresses are kept in databases. IANA distributes IP addresses to the regional internet registries who distribute them to their member ISPs. So we are the central record for the top level of that data. We give that data out in what we call /8s in version 4 and in even bigger chunks in IP version 6. And then there are literally thousands of other registries of parameters that we use on the internet that in some way have an element of uniqueness that is needed for them to function. One you might not think of, but we use every day, is what we call a port number. When you go to a website, you don't just go to an IP address. You also, once you get to that server, go to a particular port or a particular service on that machine. Now, port 80 and port 443 are used for web services, one encrypted, one non-encrypted. That piece of information that those ports are used for that service needs to be registered somewhere. IANA has a page with a list of what all the port numbers are for. It's basically a database. And so on for literally thousands of other parameters. These parameters, for the most part, come from the Internet Engineering Task Force. They are written in request for comments documents, and your average user never sees them, does not really need to know about them, but they are essential for ensuring that the internet as we know it works, that it works in a predictable manner, and that we have a single interoperable internet. So that is, in a nutshell, what the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority does, and that work happens at ICANN. So basically, they are the record keeper of all those unique names. And as I said, it goes back a long way before ICANN existed. I think I talked about most of these. One of the functions that happens between IANA and ICANN staff is the signing of the DNS root. If you've heard anything about DNSSEC, or DNS security extensions, and you know about cryptographically signing domain zones, that starts at the DNS root. And we hold regular ceremonies 4 times a year where we generate keys for signing the root. And this is a rather bizarre ceremony, because when you think about things like generating cryptographic keys, you think that this is all things that is done hush hush in a secret room somewhere. But on the contrary, because we want the users and the operators to trust that these keys are generated in the correct way, everything is done in that transparent manner that ICANN lives by. So you can watch, if you have a lot of time and extreme patience and a strange penchant for watching ceremonies, very long ceremonies, you can actually watch the KSK ceremony live. You could even visit and actually go there and watch it in person. It is a day-long ceremony, and it is extremely tedious by design. Every element of that ceremony is checked and cross-checked and verified to make sure that the keys used for signing the root are generated in a safe and secure manner. When it comes to the root, I said I'd mention IMRS. We love initializations and acronyms at ICANN. Well, IMRS stands for the ICANN Managed Root Server, sometimes also referred to as LRoot or L.root-servers.net, because those are the identifiers that it is associated with. Now, there are 13 of these root servers, or these root server designations in the world, and they are key to the operation of the internet. They are core DNS infrastructure, and without them, we cannot find IP addresses because the DNS would not work. Now, you can find out about all of these root servers and their operators at the URL I'm giving here, which is www.root-servers.org. So that just leads to a website with a lot of data, or about the ICANN managed root server, which is on the URL given. Now, we have machines in a little over 190 locations spread across more than 80 countries around the world. Other root server operators may have similar infrastructure. The root servers are not a machine in a rack somewhere they are often a distributed network of servers that are responding around the world using a technology that allows us to replicate these machines in other places. So we actually operate one of those root servers. A lot of people don't know that we are actually doing that. I've personally been involved in operating root servers predating ICANN because I was involved at the RIPE NCC in Europe, but certainly for 3 decades. And these are very important machines, and it's a very heavy responsibility to actually manage one of these. So we take this very seriously, put a lot of resources into it, and we have them, as I said, spread in more than 80 countries across the world. I want to talk about a topic that gets a lot of discussion in the ICANN world, and that's DNS abuse. So this is a terminology that will have different meanings, whether you're inside ICANN, outside ICANN, often based on individual opinions or different groups. But inside the world of ICANN and the ICANN policy world, we've agreed on a base definition of 5 categories of harmful use of domain names that we consider to be inside the remit of ICANN. This could change over time, but this is where we are today. Botnets. What we mean there is when domain names are registered for the control or the command and control of botnet infrastructure. These are the large networks of machines that are infected with malware and used by organized crime and criminals to attack other people, whether that's for phishing or DDoS or whatever they're using it for. Now, they often control these using domain names because most things on the internet use domain names. But what they will do is they will randomly generate those names using dates and times, etc., and generate lists of sometimes hundreds of thousands of names that they could use in the future. And registries sometimes block those names, often in conjunction with requests from law enforcement or security researchers, so that the bad guys cannot control their botnets and cause harm. Malware is, of course, that malicious software that is not only used for botnets, but used to cause harm to users in many other ways, infecting your machine. Ransomware is a type of malware you might think of. If the name is being used specifically to drop malware onto people's machines or used in malware in some way, and by disrupting it, we can prevent the malware from working, then that's considered a DNS abuse. Farming and phishing. Farming is a little bit harder to tackle via the DNS because it often refers to attacks against recursive resolvers. So there's not really a lot that registries can always do there. But if a name is used for that, they may remove it, or a registrar. Phishing, I think we're all familiar with. I think everybody here has at least been attempted to be phished at some point. If names are registered for the purpose of phishing and being used for that, they can also fall into this category. And we mentioned spam, but it's really only when it's used as a mechanism for delivery of the 4 previous mentioned things. So spam that is like commercial advertising, etc., does not fall into this category. An important thing to remember, and I'd go back to the bylaws because this is spelt out very specifically in the bylaws, ICANN does not regulate online content. And we do not even have the ability to remove content. And frankly, neither do many of the people in the DNS industry. The registries and the registrars also do not have that capability. But that is often misunderstood by people, that they think if something is on the internet, then it's easy for somebody in the DNS world to do something about it. And it's not always the case. these limitations don't stop us from studying or aiding in the mitigations of some of these things, especially when they touch on DNS abuse. But ICANN will not make policy or contractual obligations around content because it is explicitly forbidden within our bylaws. So once again, I would recommend you read the bylaws. They're not that long. So how do we deal with DNS abuse at ICANN, both in the organization and the community? Well, there's not one answer. We have a very wide program on this. The org I talked about providing data, providing information. We do this around DNS abuse. If we have tools we can provide, enforcing contractual obligations, and I'll go a bit more into that in a minute. I'm going to go through these slides fairly quickly. So we have tools that measure the reputation of the DNS, not really measuring the abuse, but the actual reputation of what people are saying is being abused. Currently, we have something called DAR. We're working on a new tool that will come out in the next year called Metrica, which will be much more sophisticated. There is a research project. We are funding this. We are not doing the work ourselves, called Infernal. So there's a lot of analysis that needs to happen of what is happening in the DNS and the ecosystem. So ICANN can get involved in that either by doing research or funding research. The Infernal project, which is being run out of a university in France, is aiming to systematically analyze preferences of attackers. So could be things like, what type of names do attackers like to register? Where do they like to register them? Where do they like to host them? Which is, of course, that itself is outside ICANN's purview, but it is an interesting piece of information that may help the community take action or decide things or decide not to do things. But our job here is to promote the information. We have done some mitigation. We have something with a really long name that we call DNS sticker, domain name security threat information collection and reporting. Basically what this does is it takes reports, reputational or otherwise, of abuse. It takes string analysis. It looks at specific strings related to current threats. And then it goes and looks at those names to see, are they resolving? What kind of threat is actually sitting behind that domain name? And if we find evidence of abuse, we report it. So we would send that to a registrar or a registry, depending on what it is. And we would say, hey, we found this. Here is the evidence. Please take a look at it. And typically, I would say in almost 100% of the cases, the registry or the registrar will then take action to prevent that name from resolving, because we give them solid evidence about what is happening there. We also, of course, provide subject matter expertise. We participate in many cybersecurity groups, and we offer capacity development. We train law enforcement, judiciary, work with ISPs, whoever we need to, so that they understand how the ecosystem works and how they can interact with the ecosystem to combat DNS abuse. And there's a list of a sort of a course catalog on our website. Hopefully not going too fast. And of course, ICANN doesn't do this together on its own, so we work with the registries and the registrars. Now, recently, about a year and a half ago, I think it was, time flies, the registries and the registrars, or the contracted parties as we often refer to them because they have contracts with ICANN, actually came to us and said, can we increase the requirements in our contracts? So prior to these contractual changes, which are now in place, it's actually was a really fast negotiation by ICANN standards and very collaborative with the industry. it now has a clear contractual obligation for registries and registrars to mitigate and disrupt DNS abuse. That might seem like an obvious thing to have in the contracts, but it wasn't there before. And the registries identified this and came to us, and together we changed the contracts. That then allows us to enforce our contracts. So going forward, given evidence, and that is really important, given evidence, remember I talked about DNS sticker, that when we give them evidence, they can take action. Given evidence, they are obligated to mitigate that DNS abuse. That does not mean that if somebody sends them an email and says, hey, there's DNS abuse here, that they're going to mitigate it, because that is not evidence. That is just somebody pointing at something. But of course, we will be able to enforce that and see whether or not registries and registrars are taking these actions. And of course, we'll be able to measure that and see whether or not this policy has an overall effect on the ecosystem. And we still, and this is really important, we still believe that on DNS abuse, the community is best positioned to determine what policy needs to be in place here. As ICANN.org, you could see us as the secretariat. We don't make the policies. That's the job of the community. So I expect there will be a lot of discussion in the ICANN fora about what next on DNS abuse. Do we need more policy? Do we not? If we do, what does that look like? I left a blank space here on purpose. So that's the bulk of some of the things we're doing. Now we are doing many more technical things at ICANN, like many, many more. We have so many projects. And of course, we're doing all the policy work. But going back to this slide that I showed earlier, this is the basis of why ICANN does things and the kind of things we do. Based on our core requirement to ensure the security and stability of the DNS and the identifier systems, this is the kind of work that ICANN does that you may actually not know about, because we don't talk as much about some of the work we do as we do about the policy. And that's why I decided that today I'd open up for discussions about all the kinds of things that ICANN does. If you need to talk to us in person, we do have a global presence. We have people in, I think the closest office that we have is Uruguay. We have a small office in Montevideo in the Casa de Internet. If you're ever in Uruguay, you should visit. There are lots of those partner organizations in the same location. It's a fantastic place with a lot of good work happening. And we actually have at least one staff member in Brazil, so and multiple staff members around the Latin American region. So I think with that, if I may, Olga, I would like to open up to questions from the audience, or from yourself, of course.
First, applause to John. Do we have questions for Sean? Okay. First, let me ask you, I have seen these pictures of the roots ceremony. There are members of the community there. How do you get there? I mean, how did you get the invitation? Or is it a place to go and visit and put your name on?
So there are different levels of participation. There are people that we consider trusted community members that get selected. They put their names forward themselves, and staff do an evaluation, like, are these people known? Often they will put forward references and say, hey, all these people know me. Most of these people are actually known entities in the internet networking community or the policy world. So those are our sort of trusted players, and they are financed by the program to come. They fly in. We don't need everybody. We actually don't want everybody, because from a security standpoint, you don't bring everybody together at the same time. But you can also, should you so wish, which I would think would be a rather strange hobby, you just ask if you can come, and you need to work with our staff who arrange this to make sure you have the right security credentials, which is basically us vetting you and making sure that you can, you can get in there because it's in a secure environment, and we will let you come and watch.
Okay.
Personally, I would rather watch it online because then I can have a cup of coffee while I'm watching. It really is tedious. But if you're a security person and you want to see this kind of event up close, as close as you can get, because obviously if you're not in the trusted list of community members, you can't actually get behind the cage for obvious reasons, then you can just ask and we will figure out if we can get you the credentials to get into the building. We want this to be as transparent as possible. But it does take at least a full day.
Okay.
And we've had ceremonies that are 2 days long. And it's a lot of checking things on lists.
Okay. Where is that located, in Los Angeles?
There is one key management facility in Los Angeles and one on the East Coast near Reston.
Okay.
So that they're thousands of miles apart by design, but you can actually get to them like by car if you have to, or by walking in theory, also by design. So they're on the same landmass, but they are thousands of miles apart.
Okay, we have one question here. I translate.
Okay. ¿Cuáles serían las actividades o cómo estaban apoyando a ICANN?
How are you supporting ICANN with the ISPs in order to support the implementation of good practices when managing DNS, especially in the small and medium-sized ISPs? ISPs.
Internet providers group, especially focusing on small ISPs. That's one question.
Okay. So there's two ways we can work on this, and two ways we do work on it. One is through training programs. So inside ICANN, we have a lot of staff who are what we call engagement specialists. In my team, we have a series of specialists, including one based in Montevideo, that we call technical engagement specialists. And they can go out and they can train groups. So they're not likely to go to a single individual ISP. They would normally go to, for example, a network operators group or an ISP association. And they can train on various aspects that are related to what ICANN does. You know, how to deploy DNSSEC, RPKI, routing issues, things like that. The other thing we do is specific to implementation of DNS is we have a program called Kindness. Now, if you work at an ISP, then you may be familiar with something called Manners from our friends at ISOC. Now, Manners is about best practices and norms for how you do routing. Kindness is about how you do similar things for the DNS. And it's at Kindness, that is KINDNS.org. And there are a bunch of things that you can go there and you can actually run yourself through some tests to see if your DNS is following a base set of best current practices.
Thank you, John. ¿Más preguntas para John? ¿No? Ok, otro aplauso para John.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I don't know if any of my colleagues are there, but reach out to them and pester them if you have questions.
No, I managed to send you the questions if there are many.
Okay.
¿Pregunta no tenemos ninguna? Ah, okay. That was the one that we did in Spanish and translated was from a remote participant. So thank you, John. Have a nice weekend. I hope to see you somewhere in the world in this year.
I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will meet somewhere, Olga. Thank you. And I hope to meet some of the participants in person. Maybe next year I can make it in person. That would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. Bye. Ciao, ciao. Ciao. Ok. Muy bien. Pensé que iba a generar 2000 preguntas.
I would have asked many other questions. I would like to ask questions before Car's presentation. First of all, I would like to tell you that there are pictures, and we have a Google Drive with all the photos that we have taken, and we can give you the link through the Telegram group.
Dale.
In the Telegram group, there is a link with the drive and the pictures. So you can download the pictures and then upload them to your Instagrams or thank you to all of you who add me on Instagram because I never have time to do that, so I can quickly upload. So many of you asked me how do we obtain the diploma and what's the evaluation process. So you enter just like in the same way as you used the virtual area, and for each day you have to choose one presentation that you liked, and you need to count the words. So you need to write an essay of 400 words of one of your choice of each day. So that'll be 5. And you got time until the 7th of June. Um, Argentinian time. Argentinian time. So even if you live in Hawaii or in another part of the world, um, so you will be able to add to the program. So the survey comes from since we started 16 years ago. So we started a new course just to make it even harder, and then we came up with the diploma. So we always go a step further to make this program a little bit more difficult. And we might even do a doctorate. No, I'm actually talking about a friend that visited me today, and we're talking about we are discussing a doctorate. But that's just us. Regarding the diploma, I need to speak to the University of Mendoza. They're going to give me a list of subjects, topics, and then we'll give them to you so you'll be able to choose. Each mentor tutor will be able to take 4 or 5, depending on how much time they have. Last year we had mentors from Paraíba University. I'm not sure if they will join this year again. I need to ask them if they can want to work in Portuguese. I speak Portuguese, but I'm not sure if I can correct work in Portuguese. So, we have X amount of pages and a number of words, and you will have all of the explanation of what you need to do. So if that's in June, you might have until the end of September to finish. Our idea is to always finish before the academic year, but when we started last year in September, we had less time. Now we got a little bit more time, so we can breathe. So English subject is my area, Spanish, Portuguese sometimes as well. So I do have quite a few to correct myself. So now I need to thank. So I need to thank all of the. So there's a question coming. Becarios, póngame becario. Póngame becario. Oh, that's very important. Oh, he knows everything. We don't have enough teachers to all the subjects, so you might be able to achieve that depending how fast you are with this evaluation. With the certificate, you need to complete the satisfaction survey. If you don't want to do the diploma, if you can't do it, you don't have the time, it's okay, that's not a problem. But you all have a certificate. But the only condition is that you do this written work and that you do you complete the satisfaction survey. So you hope you don't think um, some of us are chatbots. He's a chatbot. He's always available, always ready to answer the questions. He has integrated um, artificial intelligence and neurolinguistics. It's a joke. It's a joke. So before we go to Oscar, I want to thank you all. It has been one of the groups that have asked more questions, and that's been great. Your participation is always welcome. And everyone who's followed us virtually, or the scholarships and fellows that followed us online, thank you for the streaming team. You have been wonderful. One more year together, and you have been absolutely wonderful. A round of applause. So after Oscar, we will go for coffee, and I want to thank the translators and interpreters, because you managed to interpret Oscar and others, so you have been amazing. Great work. Thank you. Lucas, he does his magic with the videos and subtitles and titles. Thank you. A round of applause. And Federico, where are you? Fede taking pictures. Thank you. And then he just filters them a bit and they look amazing. And then Chatbot Reitman as well. A round of applause. And there are members of the team who are not present today, but they do our website, they upload pictures. Luz as well helped us with the banners designs. And I'm forgetting someone? No, and well, everyone from the University of Mendoza, because thanks to them and to Christina, my professor, who thought it was a good idea to have this topic in the diploma. So thanks to her, we've got the award. And of course, I want to thank Oscar, because he allows that the organization opens for this event and help us with the conference. Thank you, Oscar. A round of applause. And Adrian, who works with me all day in the organization of the event. Well, that's all I wanted to say for now, but after Oscar's presentation, we're going to have coffee break. I'm not going to be after you, asking you to eat everything. Or you can just go for a walk and enjoy the city. That's also a great option. Oscar, a round of applause. All yours, the floor is yours. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, let's start. Primero, firstly, my presentation is not working, so it's going to be shorter, and you might be happy with that. But also another topic that I wanted to share with you, because it's important, the title is the technological trilogy. And I'm not sure if that was going to be interesting for you, but what I did was to ask someone that's involved. So I asked ChatGPT, and I asked about the trilogy. It has more than 2,000 years. The Catholic one, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. But there's another one, the robotic, the one that talks about quantum computing and AI. I thought that was a trilogy, and I asked for the opinion. And the first response, after a few milliseconds. It was a second for GPT is a lot, and I got a list of all of the cultures and religions, and then I got some comments, and finally, I think we can see it on the screen. Let's hope that could be the first slide, but it's not working. Let's go back. Let's go back. That's what the GPT said. These three technological areas could be considered a modern trilogy due to the interconnection among them. And I felt something that you probably must have felt as well. The satisfaction one gets when we know we're right. And that's how I felt. And before, I also wanted to introduce someone because we are here today, the four creators of internet. So ARPANET was Larry Roberts, and for the first time he tried TCP/IP protocols. Vinton and Robert created TCP/IP, and Tim created www. So because of their work, that's why we are here today. So let's start with the presentation. Robotic, artificial intelligence, and quantum computing. Robotic is probably the one what we all know, and it started in 1948, or around that time. And it started with industrial robots for different reasons, but probably the main one was because in the industry they really didn't mind if the robot was big, ugly, cute, as long as it could conduct repetitive actions for which it was built. It was fine. That's why the industry grew and carry on growing, and we even today have almost robots who are actually quite cute. So here we can see one that looks okay. So we are talking about robots that have more to do with humans. That might be slightly more complicated. That's because although AI can facilitate everything that could do with movements, so for example an autonomous car, due to artificial intelligence, can do like 150 kilometers an hour without having an accident. Well, the same should be for a robot. They should be able to carry out tasks with no problem. But the physical area has problems today. We don't have as much development in terms of the movements of the robots. So you must have seen some that go up the stairs, they can run, they can carry furniture and heavy luggage. But that's not the image that we have of our robots. It's not the image of someone sitting at home doing things. But marketing mentions that although there isn't a problem to create something artificial, but the market would not accept a robot with human appearance. So, for example, no one would take home a robot, a human-looking robot, to look after the kids. So there are some difficulties related to how the robot looks. And it hasn't got to do with AI because that's been solved. So for that robot, we're going to have to wait a bit longer. They're more modern, these robots, and people are less reluctant to have them around. So this is a robot in a Chinese company. He was named the CEO of the company. I don't know if it's fake, but it was published. So now also we can see that there were 50 robots in the summit of the United Nations. We could maybe create robots that could do something like surgery in a human with more precision than a surgeon, because they don't get tired as a surgeon would after working for 12 hours, and also they don't complain. So we could use them in medicine, for example, in primary care, um, to carry out consultations to patients. So we do use them in Korea a lot. We have hundreds. There are hundreds of examples to prove that they're useful and they work, but there's still a long way to go. So this is Doreen Brogan Martin, the Secretary of the International Telecommunication Union, in an event where robots with human looking and shapes were introduced.
Okay, now we will talk about quantum computing. Okay, this is technology. In 1990 is the beginning of the quantum computing, 1980. We know how works conventional compute. There are two positions. Quantum computing has a third feature. And to me, this is a simplest explanation. The conventional compute PC says yes and no, and the quantum computing is, and this is the way that a human thinks. This works or not, and in the case of the quantum computing, it's human-like. It has a human-like thinking. When I read more about this thing, it results interesting. And on the other hand, quantum computers has different difficulties. The dimension, and they have to be in low temperature working environment. And there are some complex issues about this theme, but when you see the results, there are some features that present also errors, but there are improvements, and we are working on these themes, and the businesses are involved fully on creating chips, and instead of cubics, you will work with quantum computing, lowering the cost. This is the IBM quantum computing computer. There is a struggle about the qubits, 2, 4, 6, Chinese, are saying that they are the one who have the most right number. This is Sycamore from Google, and this is Azure from Microsoft. Very interesting. And this is from a private business that you must pay in order to get into it. And on the other hand, we have governments, armed forces, and universities but they are less known to the public. Eh, every intelligence service must have their quantum computer, an important part of their work. This is the Chinese, 10 million. Um, it, it is faster than the one from Google. And the last, the artificial intelligence, our protagonist. Everybody knows who he is, Terminator. The singularity is the phenomenon by which a machine creates another machine which is smarter and smarter than human beings. This is something alleged by some theorists, and what brought science fiction was brought this closeness to us until the appearance of GTP, and this can be I can create intelligent machines, yes, possibly, but also we have to think about what happens in this movie can become reality, but we will avoid those results come true. Don't you think so? The only example that we have on the counterpart is atomic energy. It has. We have been living with atomic energy for so many years, and we had this sufficient wisdom not to press the button. And we hope that we have the same criteria on this case. More than 80% of science fiction was reality. What was written by Julia Verne and so on, every prediction by those writers became reality in some point in the history. So let us think. This is what we have nowadays. Security is a big issue and a serious issue because the capacity of the quantum computers with intelligent artificial intelligence or can those codes, more sophisticated codes, can be deciphered in 5 seconds. That's a possibility. The IBM computer is accessible for the public, and IBM has free courses to learn to program in algorithms. If any of you is interested, you can enter in the site. It has more than 2,000 nucleus and more than 80 teraflops and 80 millions of operations by seconds. That's what's about. And it utilizes more than 100 algorithms by second. So you can see this is the reality. Before the questions, there is no doubt that these technologies will have a result. In my point of view, is the end of some jobs, which is guaranteed. And I know that most of you said some morning why I have to wake up to go to work. This can be the solution, but it's not easy, an easy one. And the problem is not going to work, which is marvelous. Nor politicians and nor governments have read about this theme. There is no project about how we can face this situation in the future. You know that the people are left jobless by every day. Many people lost their job. In I know that the country with policies about this problem is one of the coldest. Gre- Greenland, no. The country has the best quality of life, high um, taxes. Iceland, Finland. They are the people thinking about the future and have already a service of unemployment. And no matter how is their age, they can go and get a subsidy. And they have already solved this problem. I will tell you something about this country. There were 1,200 people subscribed. And I think the reality in Argentina would be 40 million people. And it would be useful for every one of us. But let's go on. And we are facing another problem. We have enough cash, but the problem is its management. Business with 100 employees can end with only 100. And what is going to happen with the rest? It is a policy that must be solved by the state or the government. Could we work without? Could we live without working? Plans of leisure. I will work for 1 hour, and the rest of the day I will go for a walk or paint something. We have two difficulties: cash and ourselves. What are we going to do in the future? I remember what happened in France. It was an experiment. They reduced the working hours from 44 hours to 40. That they had to reset the situation to 44 because of the leisure problem. So this can be a possible future. Let's move on to questions.
I come from the technology field, and I see that the future system engineers and software engineers, I feel that AI for them is almost like a new god that exists, that knows everything and can do everything for them. However, they have started to have that bias and not to question anything. And I had a conversation with one of them, and he said, "No, I said to ChatGPT, and it does it for me." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's fine. But how do you know it's actually is doing the correct thing and there's no security gap or threat?" And then he responded, because why would he lie? But I think that's going to be a challenge from now onwards, because I think I'm I am from that generation that's going to suffer the impact of the unemployment and job losses. What's going to happen in future? Hello? So what's that is a lack of knowledge. We are managing a technology that most of us don't know very well. Now, you could think that it doesn't lie to you, but what you should think is that it could be making a mistake. That would be the logical reasoning, and that's the problem that we have, that people sometimes create gods where they do not exist. Any other question? Yes, Estela Diaz from Colombia. I'm academic and training coordinator of a school. Some jobs will disappear, but it will disappear the way we know it. The quantum jump, I started that concept in my presentation, and I think is quickly approaching us, and we need to stop competing with machines because we know and you know that in 1 second everything changes. So we should turn towards human beings, and when you say that jobs will disappear, I agree, but maybe some which are repetitive and they not require human contact, and some human science that will prevail because humans will wonder how can I be alone without feeling stressed, bored, feeling relaxed, happy with myself. So we're going to have anthropology, social science, all of those will be coming. And the recommendation that we are doing now when we talk about AI is to search all degrees that have some form of contact with humans, not those ones which are repetitive and they are carried out in a closed environment, and that we shouldn't see it as competition. Although it is true that we have advanced somehow in AI and it's enough to change us in the next 15 years, making learning and that learning is quite basic, but it is there are things happening at a low level. So how could we do or carry out that transformation from schools, universities, and other institutions to do a root, to carry out a root change? Because if we don't do it from the root, we're going to be convinced that we're not going to be prepared for the future. And in 10, 15 years, it's going to come as a shock for us because there will be professions that will disappear. What happened with internet today? We have many things that were brought from internet, Uber, other apps and communication systems. Thank you. It is correct. I agree with what you're saying. I also resume, and I do resume what I say. I don't think jobs will disappear, but some form of jobs will disappear. If I work with my hands, I will probably carry on doing my job. Like, for example, if I'm a painter, I will carry on painter because although AI might be able to do paint, he'll be a human who has who paints and makes pieces of art. But as you well said, there will be tasks that might make no sense anymore. That happened a long time ago in the US. They have a different law system than in our countries, where previous backgrounds of a trial will help the resolution of the trial. And there were hundreds of students who would spend time reading files to achieve norms, to take them to their trial. Well, that can be done by a machine, and they can just resume what they need. So, well, like those, hundreds of them will disappear. I'm from Brazil. Thanks for your presentation. I think you had the privilege of living during the 50s and the 60s. We had mathematics, theories of technology, and what I like to know is how we change and not in the technical capacity, and how we change then and now in your vision. So let me see if I understood. How do you see the evolution of the discourse of AI that I read in 2001, Space Odyssey, and there the computer with also the film The Stanley Curie, the computer, um, well, travels beyond, it's like a transstellar journey, and the computer takes a position in that situation, and the astronauts, they cover their lips so the computer cannot read their lips. It's a great film. I really recommend it. I read it when I was a child, and there the AI manages the spaceship. So I think the question is, in your view, what's the evolution of this concept through the years?
It is complex because we have to talk in a different field, about a different field. Part of the spatial operation is to solve that problem in case we are bored and we go to do some other thing. It is not a clear solution because there was a technological blackout, which is another discussion because they will consider me a crazy man. For 10 years, we have done nothing, and suddenly there are millions of satellites all around the world, outside the world, out there, and telescopic images are incredibly surprising, and this is part of the future. But why haven't we done anything in 10 years? We have to ask NASA guys, Russians, because it is not particular of one country. The whole world stopped. In my luckily, I have experienced a different kind of music in my young years. A remote participant is asking which are the first steps in order to approach quantum applications, considering we are starting with the guide. Initial steps in order to approach as a technician or as a person, as a technical person, to learn Python and programming algorithms and to build their own artificial intelligence. Another question from a remote participant. What is a major challenge in order to define the critical route, in order to define standards, ethical standards, moral standards? There is only one moral or many? We have only one ethic. So this is ourselves who are going to define that. Moral is only one. Quantum computing will define their own moral. Your name is Wilson. Wilson. Wilson says, what is quantum computing? Present computing have some logics that can be turned on or turned off, and this serves to make equations and also simulate alphabets and codes. They they have two states, on, off, but these computers are even more evolved with a different technology and are much faster. Basically, this is the concept you need to understand the situation. Who raised his hand? Hello? I speak Portuñol. Thank you for being. Before I was, I have come here. I haven't thought of this. A teacher made a presentation here and says that the role of the researchers are to pay attention to that that nobody observes. So my question is, how can we become a good researcher in an environment of swift changes, and how to keep updated and at the same time maintain experiences learned in the past, which can be useful for society. This seems to be a philosophical course. Curiosity, first of all, to put everything under question, under consideration. We cannot believe what we see. And when what we think does not match what we are seeing, we must keep an open mind. We shouldn't deny anything. Questioning is very important, because if we think of history, people who questioned were killed sometimes, like Copernicus, because they were considered witches. We are now experiencing other times that allow us to question these things. We should think anthropologically. When machines appeared, people were said to be bored, because people at that time worked all the time from the morning till night. So when the machines arrived and people had free time, sports were invented. So we should think this situation, present situation, anthropologically. Well, the same is happening here. We have become used to doing nothing. Some research says that if we work less, people tend to seek for more work. Productivity is the center of life. So I would like to ask you, talking about your trilogy, how can we move to a less alienated or more alienated role? Talking about work. And do you believe we should have a more contemplating life? Should we concerned about this load of work and the role of technology that advances every day? What is our role here? But you are mixing philosophy with working strategy and with what we are. Because I'm sure that all of us have time to read, to study, or what they are interested in, because we have ideas. And because we want to learn more not because we are paid, just because we like it. But around the world, we have a lot of communities, like poor. The quantity of programs may be multiplied by 8. Some populations have no problems when if they are doing nothing. If you have food and health and security, you can do anything you want. But you need your own ideas for that, and not all the societies have that. So there are multiple causes for this problem. It will be very interesting. I really trust human mind. We can provide solutions for everything. Well, we have the coffee break now. You can take all the time you want if you want to go for a walk. One more thing, may I? I would like to say something because it must be said. This is possible thanks to two people who work more than anyone, who had an incredible strength, who are Olga and Adrian, all the year round. I have always wanted to be a rock star. This is fiction. I don't know how I ended up as an engineer. I wanted to be a singer. That's why I am optimistic, because when we don't know what to do, we can invent a new path. In the same way, Oscar was talking about all our effort over the years. I would like to say that without the initial support that Oscar provided us, because at the very beginning, governments, private sector, nobody understood the sense of this, and Oscar trusted this initiative, and thanks to him, we are here looking into the future. Thanks, Oscar, and thanks everybody for your participation. And now that we have free time, what can we do? What am I going to do with all this free time? Something's missing, but something. And thank you, thank all of you. This is all for you. Well, the coffee now.